and it's also to construct, to build the next steps, and notably we will be launching after this event the work into a generic roadmap for aid organizations, extracting and capitalizing from many lessons learned, and we hope to make this available at the end of next year for all organizations to, I would say, to take advantage and benefit from it. Now, a few words on the program itself. So we're very, very fortunate to have three important keynote speakers, Sandrine Dixon, François Gémen, and Maria Mendiluce. They will be presented by Elise Buckle behind me just afterwards. They will really focus on why we need a radical transformation versus the challenge, the planetary challenge we're facing. Second, we'll have a roundtable mainly of aid actors from Alima, ICRC, MSF, BRAC, Bangladesh, but also WFP, who has kindly also joined us to speak. And they will be focusing very much on the, what levers can be activated at their level in the aid sector to really scale up action. After lunch, we'll move to a second panel, which focuses on what we can learn from other sectors. There's a lot happening, and it's really important to have this cross-fertilization. There's a lot happening in the education sector, there's a lot happening in the health sector, and in the business sector, of course, and many others. And we're proud to have some key speakers from all of these initiatives, including also 250 Today, which mobilizes organizations in Geneva around these commitments. So we'll be happy to have Claudia Zingerli from the École Polytechnique of Zurich, ETH Zurich. We'll be having Laurie Marot from the Public Health School of Rennes and coordinator of the SHIFT project on the health plan. We'll be having also Ronald Lavater, CEO of the International Federation for Hospitals. We'll be having also Carl Vela from Mean Business Coalition from the business sector, and we'll be having Jean-Pierre Raymond, the CEO of 250 Today. And finally, we'll move to a third panel in the afternoon, which will be focusing on how can we move beyond, specific experiences, organization by organization, to actually build a tool and a strategic tool that can really help move the sector, which is the project of generic roadmap for the aid sector. And we'll be happy to have several state representatives, so Janine Kouriga from the Swiss Confederation, the Department for Development and Cooperation. We'll be hearing Josh Carliner from Healthcare Without Harm, who they've gone through a whole process, and very valuable process, of building a generic roadmap for the health sector. We'll be listening to Johan Falk from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, joining from Stockholm, and from the Stockholm Resilience Center, and also Carole Bresson from the Centre de Soutien en Crise of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Pierre Salinon excuses himself as he has been taken up by a crisis meeting, and he's going to be replaced by Carole Bresson. And then we're happy also to have Predrag Avramovic from the EU delegation in Geneva, who's also going to present, who's also going to join us. So with this, I'll leave the floor to Elise Buckle, who will introduce you to the keynote speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruno, and welcome everyone. My name is Elise Bucker, but you can just call me Elise. I will be your facilitator for the opening and for the second roundtable today. It's really great to see many friends in the audience. I believe we have people online as well who are joining today. And it's quite a special day because I remember, Bruno, when you came to see me just across the street at the UN SDG Lab. And at the time, the Climate Action Accelerator was just an idea. And so you've come a long way with your team as well. So I think we should give them a big round of applause for everything they've done in the last 2 years. So I'm very privileged because I'm a member of the board of the Climate Action Accelerator. I was there from the start, from the incubation phase. I'm also co-president of Climate and Sustainability and co-founder of She Changes Climate. And today I have the honor of introducing a great friend who is Sandrine Dixon-de Clèves. She was one of the pioneers of the Planetary Emergency Partnership. Sandrine is the co-president of the Club of Rome, so she's also really trying to change the mindset of policymakers to go beyond GDP growth to respect planetary boundaries. It's about the survival of humanity. And she has also published Earth for All. If you haven't read it yet, I think you should. So please, Sandrine, come and you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Elise, and what a pleasure to be here and to be with you on this very important day. As Elise indicated, I am the co-president of the Club of Rome, and some of you may or may not know, but it's our 50th anniversary of the Limits to Growth. And so when we have reflected on these 50 years over the last year, we have been very much thinking about how can we actually understand the impact of climate, an impact which, to be frank, was already predicted 50 years ago. If you read the Limits to Growth report, you will see that the compound effects of population growth going against planetary boundaries would have a direct impact on a series of potential tipping points in about the 2020s. So hello, here we are. In the midst of probably the greatest compilation of crises that we've ever seen. And if you take that into account, you can really understand also the importance being played by conflict and why this accelerator is so fundamental in trying to put forward the solutions for climate change, but also understand the organizations that are on the forefront of trying to solve the humanitarian crisis. It's what I call the emotional intelligence of the compound effects of the crises that are facing us today. That emotional intelligence is fundamental if we're going to get out of this mess that we've created. Because the war in the Ukraine, the economic crisis in Sri Lanka, the food crisis in West Africa, the lingering effects of COVID means that 1 million species at well are at risk of extinction, and that species is us included. The extreme temperatures and the irreversible ecosystem loss is creating such a compilation of effects that we could obviously all wallow in despair. And I think what's important is sometimes to sit in that discomfort and understand by sitting in that discomfort that hopefully we can come together through solidarity, as we're now seeing as we address the Ukrainian invasion, and figure out through partnership, through bringing together very different solutions and multidisciplinary mindsets, how we can get out and emerge from emergency. We have a total of 389 climate-related disasters recorded in 2020. 389. Resulting in the death of 15,000 people. And let's not forget the impact on the most vulnerable, and in particular the women in most of those societies, many of whom, for example, don't even know how to swim when they're faced with water rushing in front of them. Hence, they lose their lives before anyone else. This affects 98.4 million others and inflicts 171.3 billion in economic damage. And yet we talk about the economics of the transformation, but we don't talk about the economics of not doing anything. We face a planetary emergency. And the crises we face are what I call the 3 Cs: the climate, the COVID, the conflict effect. And apologies if I'm going to shock you, but we need to shift from the 3 Ps, which are currently dictating why we remain in these crises: the power, the profit, the penis effect. Apologies. But it is so true. Because what we need to shift to is another completely different 3 Ps: people, planet, and prosperity. How do we enable people, planet, and prosperity when we've got a testosterone overdrive that is more focused about joyrides to the moon than about making sure that people are fed, that we secure their lives and livelihoods, and that we don't have the over-financialization of the economic system? Totally disrespectful of the real economy of today. And that's when we need to tap into the consciousness of COVID, to the consciousness of people who have understood during COVID, even if they have so quickly forgotten, that the most important point was access to healthcare. Because all of a sudden the care economy, the parallel economy, became the economy. Because all of a sudden we knew that what was most important was the lives and livelihoods of those we loved, rather than the ownership of material things. We could tap into that consciousness today, and we need to do that. But do we have the leadership that is ready to tap into that consciousness? Are we ready to ask the right questions? Are we ready to take the leap of faith that by working together, we can truly change the course of history? This is our responsibility. Dana Meadows, the lead author of The Limits to Growth, although it is her husband, Dennis, who got most of the credit 50 years ago. By the way, in Germany, she wasn't allowed to put her name on the front cover because they thought that it wouldn't sell any books. Just a short aside. But if we take what Dana says so importantly, if you read all her many quotes, one that sticks out is, there is too much good news for despair, but there is too much bad news for complacency. Complacency, ladies and gentlemen, is the problem today. Not understanding the complexity of the problems that we're faced with, not wanting to face that complexity, not putting in place the system solutions that we need, the nexus points, which so many of you who are on the forefront of humanitarian aid understand. How do you work with people? How do you optimize your systems to enable those people to survive and to thrive? The disease, this planetary emergency, is not just about focusing on the effects. It's about focusing on the deep, broken systems. And we have to understand that short-term measures matter. Look at what's happening right now in Europe. As an advisor to the European Commission, 10 years ago, having clearly indicated that if we moved to energy efficiency and put in place all of the directives at the European level, we could wean ourselves off gas. We had the Crimean invasion. We had the Ukrainian gas crisis before this one. And here we are, faced with the unholy partnership that we created because we didn't listen. Energy efficiency is not sexy. We need to talk about mitigation. We need to have big, again, testosterone-induced big plants in order to cut a ribbon in front. And that is why we are in the mess that we're in today, enabling power geopolitics to continue to construct our world. So we must shift from this mentality and understand that the short-term levers, going back to stranded assets, even if for the moment, this is the best time to transform. Through COVID, we saw the greatest amount
of finance going into getting us out of COVID. We can do the same at this moment in time. We can optimize renewable energy. We can optimize energy efficiency. We can shift to regenerative agriculture, which is localized for consumption at local level. This is the moment to start talking about debt cancellation. This is the moment to start looking at special drawing rights. These are all some of the solutions that we have put in Earth for All, a survival guide for humanity. A book which clearly indicates, after system dynamic modeling and the greatest compilation of economic thought leadership of this century, thinking through donut economics, understanding well-being economics, 5 key turnarounds: poverty alleviation, inequality alleviation, ensuring the empowerment of women and girls, energy and food. Energy and food are the basics, but those 3 above are the ones that are going to get us out of this mess. Because even if we decarbonize, without thinking about inequality in our system, without thinking about bringing those that have the least in our society into a brand new vision of what well-being means, we will never, ever emerge from emergency. So my message to you today, those of you who understand the compound effects of what this emergency looks like, who are trying to bring solutions in the area of climate, but also in the area of humanitarian aid. This is the greatest existential crisis that we have ever faced. But again, there is too much good news for complacency. Together we can make a difference, but we need to be brave and we need to hold our leadership accountable to make sure that we actually do shift and that we make those difficult decisions. People, planet, and prosperity is our mantra. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandrine. Always a good reality check. And thank you for being who you are, a mover and shaker. And I think that was a good wake-up call for all of us, and also a good reminder that if we are here today together in this humanitarium, it's because we want to work for these people, the people who are the most vulnerable, the poorest, who are at the forefront of climate impacts. So now we're going to hear from François Gémen, who has been working on human impacts for the IPCC. I believe he's also teaching at Sciences Po, the Institute of Political Studies, and he's joining us from Paris online. So I hope we can get him on the screen very soon. François, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Good morning, everyone.
Ah, voilà.
Oh, blue sky in Paris.
Doing okay. Yeah, I am sorry that I cannot be with you in Geneva today, but yes, I wanted to make a few remarks regarding the human impacts of climate change. And in particular, I wanted to highlight some of the key messages from the latest report of the IPCC. And in particular, these messages are not those that were usually made in the press, but I think they're extremely important when we look at the challenges that we're tackling today. The first one is to keep in mind that current climate change is irreversible. I think this is one of the key, how to say, misinterpretation that the public is often making in the fight against climate change. I think most people are still convinced that if we were to stop all greenhouse gas emissions today or tomorrow, then it would be possible for the temperatures to go down in their lifetime. I think it is important to accept that temperatures will not go down in our lifetime, and that therefore the current climate change is not a climate crisis because it is not temporary. It is a permanent transformation of the climate we live in, and therefore also a permanent transformation of our societies. This being said, our climate action today has the capacity to determine the level of temperature increase over the century, which means that what is in our power is clearly the capacity to choose whether we want to live in a world at +2, +3, or +4 degrees. And these worlds are extremely different from each other. What this means is also that we will need to develop urgently adaptation strategies. For a very long time, we've put a really strong psychological distance between ourselves and the impacts of climate change. We've imagined that impacts would be for others, for countries of the global south, or for future generations. And I think it is really crucial to realize that we will be affected by these climate impacts, and that such impacts are no longer exceptional events. And we've used to treat them as exceptional events. When needed. It is absolutely essential that we develop such structural policy responses when it comes to adaptation. We will not be able to fight climate change only through the mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions. It is absolutely crucial.
François, I think you're breaking up, but please stay with us because I'm sure there will be questions for you as well. Thank you so much for joining from La Défense. It looks like La Défense. So we really wanted to have the voice of science because obviously our work is also based on science, and somebody who's been working on science-based targets for a long time is Maria Mendiluce, who is the CEO of the Women Business Coalition, a massive coalition. I don't know if you know the history behind it, but they were pushing for more ambition during the climate agreement negotiations. So Maria, we'd like to learn from you about what business can do, if it can be done. We know the change is massive, what we have to get done to be in line with science. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Or should I speak here? Okay. So it's a pleasure to be here today. So my parents are visiting now, and it's great after COVID that they're able to do so. And we were having breakfast, and I said, I'm coming to the Red Cross. And they say, my father said, oh, yes, he's a doctor. And so I was training the nurses in Pamplona, our hometown, on the Red Cross. And then my mom says, yeah, and I also was a nurse at that time when they were young, right? And so in some ways I was thinking, even myself, when I was young, I wanted to work in a place like this one. But my life led to work on energy, on climate change and sustainability. And at the end, I think to contribute to making this a better world, but from a different perspective, because I work with businesses. So I think the science is very clear. I don't think it is, no one refutes, and I don't need to tell you more. Sandrine, who's a really good friend of mine, has done a fantastic explanation on why we need to change the paradigm. So I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk to you about what you can do to start reducing your emissions in your operations, because the ed sector, like any other, also needs to contribute to decarbonization. So I'll tell you what we did at the coalition. So the coalition was created back in 2014 because at that time, business was not particularly progressive in this space. And Sandrine was one of the founding members, and that's how we know each other. And I was with the World Business Council, and I was working with Elise at the time. So here we are amongst friends. And so we changed the narrative. We said, climate change, is possible. We can reduce emissions. We can be aligned with science. This is a good business opportunity. And at the time, maybe it was more wishful thinking, but today it is. I think companies understand that climate change is a huge risk and it's an incredible opportunity. So we have moved from the risk to the opportunity. One of the things that we did at the time was created the Science-Based Targets Initiative. And this is an initiative that say, okay, let's look at the IPCC and let's translate this to all the sectors and assign responsibilities to business in each sectors on what they need to do to be aligned with Paris. And that's what you need to do, okay? And so at the beginning, the companies joined, and it was wishful thinking as well, because they don't have all the answers. Okay, so it's very easy to go and criticize them, because you can tell, okay, do you have a plan? Do you know how you, no, they say no. We know how we can do 50, 60%, but no clue on how we're going to do the 40%. But we know that we have to do it. And so I say this because it's very easy to fall into the greenwashing, all the greenwashing. I think you need to distinguish businesses. Huh? There are those that are trying to do their best. There are those that are trying to do the best, but they don't know how to do it. And there are others that are taking advantage of this popular thing and trying to sell small products and say that they are saving the world. Okay, so we're all smart enough to distinguish amongst them those. So the science evolves. And so in Paris, it was, let's say, let's be aligned with 2 degrees. But then IPCC came and said 1.5. So we had a board meeting in the Science Based Targets Initiative. At the Women Business Coalition, we say, well, we are led by science, so we need to be aligned with 1.5, which is really hard to move from 2 to well below 2 to 1.5, but we did. So in 2020, I joined Women Business as the CEO. At the time, there were 900 companies that were aligned with Paris. Today, there are 9,000. So the movement is growing exponentially, which is good. It's good for you because now, you know, whichever sector you are, there are some guidances and there are some people that have done it. No? We're going to go to COP. And I often say that, you know, before COP, it was about why we have to do something. Then it was about what we need to do. Glasgow was about how we're going to do it. I think this COP is when you are in the how, what are the barriers that you face? And we as business have the responsibility, especially we that work with leading business, is in finding the new frontier of barriers and remove them so that then business can follow, you know, a trail that, you know, where we have removed plenty of barriers. When we started, when I was working with Elise, renewables was not competitive. Now it is. Now it is super competitive. It's 4 times more competitive than gas. Well, depending on the gas prices, right? So anyway, so this is to say that, you know, it is unquestionable. And I think an important part of the business community is behind. So out of those companies, the 9,000 that I mentioned, there are around 4,000 that are big companies, okay? It's good, but there are probably like 30,000 other companies that are not doing anything. So we need to bring those. And that's where regulation is very important. And that's another thing that we do at Women Business is that we rally the troops so that we have an aligned message to policymakers so that we give them confidence that business is behind and is supporting an ambitious policies that will lead to more business doing more action. So now coming to you, I'm sure you are in the field and you have really important things to do and some of the most novel things, which is to save lives on emergencies, etc. But you also need to lead by example and reduce your own footprint, right? So how did we do it as business? Well, first it was raising awareness, which I think you are aware. So about the risk. So no need to do that. I think you need to measure your emissions. So we did, and this was 20 years ago, the GHG protocol. Okay, and this is a mechanism to account your emissions. So you need to measure, you need to first know what to manage, you need to know what you need to manage, right? So you need to measure your emissions on scope 1, scope 2, and 3. Scope 1 is your operations. The scope 2 is the electricity you purchase. The scope 3 is your supply chain emissions. And I am sure that the scope 3 emissions are your biggest barrier because they are the biggest barrier for businesses. There are many initiatives that are addressing scope 3 emissions. And it's very difficult because as a company, you say, how am I going to influence all these suppliers? No, the ones that probably the trucks, no? And the steel that is included in the trucks, etc. So this is a problem that business are facing and there are different solutions. First, the hard to abate sectors are finding ways to also be aligned with net zero. There is an initiative that we are part, that I'm at the board. It's called Mission Possible Partnership. And it means that you can make steel, aluminium, cement, zero emissions. You can make freight, aviation, maritime, zero emissions. They're hardest to abate, okay? So we have the roadmap that shows, you know, plant by plant, what can be done. But what happens is that it's not easy, you know, and there's a lot of incumbents and they don't move that fast and we don't have time. If we had time, we will solve this, right? But we just have like 10 years to have emissions. So we created another initiative, which is called the First Mover Coalition. And there is a group of companies that decided, you know, to give a signal to those hard to abate sectors that they are going to demand those products. I argue that you should be part of the first mover coalition, and I'm very happy to help you get there. Because together you can join your purchases and say, okay, we're going to buy zero emissions trucks from Volvo. I don't know. Well, let's see. You'll have to discover that. Anyway, so scope 3 is going to be quite hard. But anyway, so once you have a plan, you need to do a climate transition plan, okay? And we're working on it, so I'm happy to share. We're going to launch a report a couple of weeks ago. That's the new thing. You have a target. First, you set a target, you're going to be net zero. You don't have a choice, you have to. And then you don't know how to, but you are going to, because you have that determination. Then you set up a plan, you find the collaborations that are needed, and then you need to report progress. Like you need also the private sector needs. Now, this is the fun part. So we, Women Business and our partners were really good at launching, these standards, but then we haven't given indications on how companies need to report that progress, okay? So we're doing that, we're going a little bit late, but next year there will be a reporting framework for the Science Based Targets Initiative. Now, that's the big companies, but then you have the small companies, okay, that you probably operate with many of them. And this is the first thing I did at the Women Business Coalition. We created the SME Climate Hub because we want to give the SMEs all the tools and all the knowledge that we have learned from big companies, adapted to small companies so that they can also be part of this journey, because we can't leave SMEs behind. Because if we do, we will have gilets jaunes in every single country, because these are so important for the economy. They are so important for the operations that you do. But we need to train them. We need to give them capacity. So if you go to the SME Climate Hub, you have a calculator, you have tools, education, etc. So I think, well, anyway, there's lots of initiatives, too many. And so I also recommend that as you develop your activities, try not to fragment the space, work together, okay? This is really important for businesses. And you like it or not, you're kind of a business as well, right? And so what you need to do is work together and agree on what good looks like and work together on developing, the solutions to that. Because if we fragment ourselves, then we will go slower. And that's, if you look at, it's not here, but the symbol of our initiative is like a boat and we're rowing. And as you know, if you all row in the same directions, you can go faster, right? But if you have everybody there, like rowing in their direction at their pace, then you go slow and you go in circles. So that's also super important. So, well, I have spoken about, what is the journey, the barriers that you're going to face. Sometimes some of the solutions are more expensive in the short term, but not in the long term. I think there are some sacrifices to be done when you need to go in that route, but anyway, you don't have a choice. So let me move to resilience, okay? This is an area that is quite important for the job that you're doing, and where I don't think that business has a very clear narrative, and I think we need to start to develop it. In Glasgow, in Egypt, we're going to talk a lot about loss and damage. And business just don't know what to say on this, right? I don't even know what to tell you about it, right? But what I know is that businesses are also going to be impacted by climate events, well, both gradually and also extreme climate events. And business and anyone, the first thing is that you protect yourself, and business will be really good at protecting themselves. I'm sure when you're in the field as well, you know how to protect yourself. But soon you realize that if you don't protect the community where you operate, then you go bankrupt. And this is what happened with Entergy, which is a power company in the Gulf of Mexico, where they have one hurricane. Okay, they did it really bad. Katrina came, they did it really bad. But then after 5 hurricanes, because now it's happening every year, unfortunately, then they knew how to go back to operations in 3 days. But guess what? Their clients didn't. And so they couldn't sell electricity to them. So I think this is the reality that business don't understand yet, but they need to be aware. And that's how they're going to be starting to build resilience in their supply chain. And that can probably benefit the work that you're doing. I think there's much more effort that we need to do as a community to make the business case for business to be action, action on adaptation and resilience, especially in vulnerable countries. I can hint that there are some companies that have a lot of money in their pockets, like the Amazons and the Googles and the Facebooks and so I think that those organizations have are always looking for a purpose that connects them with their customers, and I think that's probably a good start to develop some of these approaches. But by no means this is my area of specialization, so I hope I can learn with you. So let me conclude. I'll conclude in 1 minute. It is possible. We can be net zero. It is possible. We have shown it. We have the models, etc. It is very difficult, but it's possible. It requires some of the elements that Sandrine mentioned before. So a different way of doing politics and a different way of understanding profit and a different way of understanding collaboration. I don't think we have a choice. So it's just like there's no choice. We have to do it. It's like with COVID, we had to solve the problem. And so you just need to get started. Start, and then you get started, and then you start to face problems, and then you look at others to find the solutions to those problems and keep moving. And super important that you collaborate to make this happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maria. Indeed, it's about working together, working as one team for one planet, and knowing where we are today, where we want to go, and how we get there, and also measuring progress. So hopefully the humanitarian sector can learn from the private sector, from what these companies have done, and maybe you can also learn some things from them, in particular on resilience and adaptation. Luckily, we now have about 10 minutes for questions and answers, so we will give you the floor. But I have a first question for you, actually, Maria, because we had the Building Bridge conference here in Geneva last week, I believe. And some people were saying, ESG reporting is not enough. And you say that, you were very authentic and true about the fact that some companies are also using climate as a marketing strategy, basically. So how do you deal with this tension between, what Sandrine was saying about the planetary boundaries, where we have to really limit growth, and at the same time, our model of society where companies are driven by profit and GDP growth? So how do you deal with that? And do you think that companies are shifting now in their mindset, or at least some of them?
I think that there is, so to be a company today and doing things on climate is a dangerous business, because you're going to be attacked of greenwashing. And so many companies just prefer to not say anything because they're trying their best and they're being attacked. So they say, okay, maybe I'll stay quiet. And that's not good, because if they speak and they inspire others, then we can have many more companies doing action on climate. But anyway, let me say, I see the greenwashing attacks in 3 categories. The first one is the one that you're mentioning. So ESG was created as a risk management framework, and it works well to assess the risks. But now there is this impact investment firms also that want to use it to measure impact, and it is not appropriate. So we need to develop frameworks for companies to assess whether a company is making a positive impact or not on ESG. Then the second one is, I did mention on my talk, is that we don't have a clear reporting framework for companies that have committed to set a science-based target and report progress. There is an exercise done by the International Sustainable Standard Board that is going to create a global baseline for reporting emissions. And we're doing it for SBTI. And there you can benchmark and compare companies to companies. I think companies need to make an effort to stay true, of course, and need to be talking about the efforts and the impact that they're having that is material, not anecdotal, which is the case now. And then the third element, which we see less here, but it's in the US, that there's all these attacks about woke capitalists, and it has become a cultural war where ESG is not, it's more Democrat, and the Republicans don't like it, and they're throwing this as a political, as part of the political fight. And there, I think clearly we need to create a narrative on climate and sustainability that works for both sides, because climate has no ideologies. It is science, right? It is what the science is telling us. And so for some groups, like the Republicans, so it is about protecting nature, safety, competitiveness, and that's the kind of language that they need to hear, while other groups will have other languages. So not quite exactly responding to the question of limiting limiting growth? I think maybe Sandrine can respond to that.
Thank you, Maria. And I think we must also celebrate the fact that what you say, that 9,000 companies have now joined the Net Zero Coalition. So this is committing to carbon neutrality by 2050. So it's quite ambitious. And we know that the Women Business Coalition is there pushing them to do more and also to be more accountable. So thank you for everything you're doing. And Sandrine, so indeed, there's this question of balancing between, GDP growth and profit in the business sector and the need to respect planetary boundaries. But actually, what I'd like to ask you is, you're talking to a lot of policymakers, and I'm so pleased that you're joining us on November 4th. We're hosting an online summit, which Changes Climate, to send a very strong political message to the ministers and heads of states going to COP. And as women, we want to declare emergency, and this is what it is, really an emergency. But we feel we are saying the same thing over and over, and the political leaders are not really listening. Of course, there are exceptions. You know, we have Jacinda Ardern, Prime Minister of New Zealand, who's adopted a well-being budget. But what do you see from the Club of Rome side, and also as an economist, of what is it that we need to unlock that mindset change for political leaders in particular?
We have to get into the more granular, and we need to make it tangible. It can't be some pie in the sky. And my argument is our systems are broken and we're feeling it economically. I showed the billions that are actually spent on disaster relief. We need to make that tangible and compare it then to what actually the transformation means. Because I would argue that transformation in crisis is going to be the new normal. And the aid organizations are the ones that understand when they're on the forefront of what it means to be in a crisis. So we need to bring that mindset into everyone's knowledge, in particular policymakers, of how they make policy today. That is why short-term levers count. ESG is by far not good enough. It shouldn't be applied as the panacea, nor, by the way, should the SDGs, which are just a checklist. What needs to happen is we need to translate all of this into tangible measures that are going to make a difference in the short term. That's why we published the Planetary Emergency Plan. We were very clear. Here are the emergency actions that we need to put in place. I worked on nuclear facilities, chemical facilities, manufacturing sites. They all have emergency plans. Why the hell don't states have emergency plans? Why are we in the midst of continuum of crises and we don't have emergency plans? Emergency plans mean that you actually decide very clearly which measures are fundamental in order to ensure that you can have a safe environment. Now, that safety needs to be translated both in terms of the human safety as well as the planetary boundaries. That's our role as thought leaders, economists, scientists, business leaders, to be much more strategic in translating what that means concretely for nations, for regions, and at the international level. And that's what we're doing increasingly collectively. Now, the role of women. The reason I put in that last P, and I apologize if I offended some of the men in this room, because we know that even the Liz Trusses of the world, who are basically men in skirts, have totally forgotten what it is to put in place feminine decision-making. Feminine decision-making means understanding the complexity of the systems that we're faced with and coming back to the womb. Apologies, but it is true. We are the carriers of the seed. We are the carriers of the solutions. If you look in conflict zones, if you look at microcredit, who is it who continues to carry the economy? It is women on the forefront. So in SHE, and the reason why I'm so pleased about this, we need to not only look at gender equality as a quota, we need to understand that making sure that women are part of every single part of the decision-making process and putting in place diversity will totally enable us to emerge from emergency. And that means bringing in those community solutions that we see, because it is the women that have to go further to fetch the water. It is the women that have to go further to get the wood. It is the women that have to think when their men are off fighting stupid wars, what peace could look like. Now, that is not demonizing men, because there are many men who understand what it means to think in a different way. And that's why she is so important. And those are messages, and apologies if I'm provocative, but I am fed up after 30 years of working in the climate field and speaking to policymakers of actually not seeing the right action and these knee-jerk reactions that are pure stupidity. So we need to put smart on steroids. We need to put women back into the decision-making space, and we need to work together and also build on so much knowledge. We mean business did not exist before the Paris Agreement. Together, so many organizations that were fighting each other, competing with each other, came together and actually changed the course of history by saying business does want change. Let's remember, business is run by men and women that still have to go home and look at their kids in the eyes and say, I'm trying to do something for your planet. And that is why it's so important to tap into what Maria is doing. It's so important not to demonize certain people, but to bring them the solutions that they need so they won't get caught with their pants down when they have to make those decisions.
Thank you so much, Sandrine. And indeed, it's about women not just being victims of climate impacts, but also women as solutions multipliers. And this is also why we're asking for 50% of women at all levels of decision making. Where it looks like we're more than 50% today on the panel.
Bravo.
But I don't know if Francois is still online, because we have a question for him. I'm not sure he's still connected. But otherwise, I would love to open the floor. If you have questions for Maria and Sandrine, this is your chance now, please. There must be a mic circulating in the room over there at the back.
Can we not have a little bit more time? We've got a very strict timekeeper here.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Yes, there's one here. Just keep your question very clear and short, and make sure you are clear on who you are speaking to, Sandrine or Maria.
Yeah, stand up.
It's okay, just stand up and speak up. Oh dear, that was probably to me. This is why technology will not solve the crisis, by the way.
Otherwise, if you can say your question, I will repeat it for the translation.
Yeah, good idea.
Just speak very loud.
I think it works now. Thank you.
Perfect.
My question is just a clarification from Maria, because you say there's no clear reporting framework with science-based targets. And I'm wondering, what about the GRI, the Global Reporting Initiative? Isn't it a framework enough? And also, one of the criticisms in the CSR world is that there are too many standards. So if you could just clarify that for me, would be nice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. So first we have an accounting, which is the GHG protocol, okay? And then there are different organizations, CDP, GRI, and others that are collecting data from companies on what are their emissions and what they're doing, okay? 13,000 companies have reported to CDP. CDP is one of the members of the coalition, okay? So reporting is going on. But now there are 9,000 companies that have committed to a target to reduce emissions and to be aligned with zero. And we haven't created the reporting mechanism for those targets so that we see how companies are reducing their emissions. Of course, you can go, and because it is very fragmented, you can go to CDP and you can go to other places, but it's not homogeneous. We need an homogeneous way of reporting emissions so that we can benchmark companies. ISSD is looking at what CDP has done, what other people have done, and saying, okay, let's create a baseline for reporting across the world so that all the companies around the world report their emissions. What I'm saying is that when you set a target and you say, I'm going to be net zero, we need to have a reporting framework of that target. And that's what is being done now.
Thank you, Maria, for giving us guidance with all these standards. Any other questions for Sandrine? I see we have to wrap up very soon.
Can I just maybe quickly add on the reporting? I was part of the sustainable finance platform at the European level and also part of the taxonomy conversation. And I think one of the key reporting issues, and coming to your very important point, first of all, there will never be a universal standard, one universal standard. It is too complex. But what we are seeing is also the usability is fundamental. So we have to very much think through how do we balance a usable standard that can be applied to as many places as possible with the rigor of the science and not let it get politicized, which is what happened with the taxonomy at the European level. And that is the difficulty. And that is also why we need to really hold governments and decision makers accountable for putting in place the right structures to measure how do we get to our greenhouse gas emissions goals? How do we get to net zero? What does that look like in practice for the business community and for the member states when we're talking about Europe, for example? So that is the real challenge. And then, of course, for other organizations. I think we're slowly getting there. That's why we're getting the pushback on ESG. That's why we're getting the pushback on some of the reporting requirements, because we're realizing they're not rigorous enough and there is too much greenwashing. It's good we're getting the pushback because we're starting to dig deep into the difficulty of really understanding how we can move forward together properly.
Thank you, Sandrine, for unpacking all these difficult conversations for us. So I believe we have to wrap up. It's been very inspiring. At least I feel inspired. I hope you do as well. This initiative, the Climate Action Accelerator, is obviously very close to my heart, and close to your heart as well, because it's about solidarity with people who are really on the front line of climate impacts. But also it's about ethics, it's about all of us walking the talk, leading by examples as humanitarian actors, not just helping people on the ground, but in the field, but you're also thinking about your operations, how you can lead by example. And so I think we should say thank you to all the partners who have now committed to work with the Climate Action Accelerator to be really the best in their sector and to lead by example, to inspire others to do the same as well. You are all pioneers. So I think there's Alima, there's probably also others like MSF, and hopefully soon ICRC World Food Programme also joining. So we should give all of you a round of applause. Thank you for being partners, and we'll move on to the next panel. Thank you.
Pas encore allumé.
Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. How are you? I'm fine.
Can't complain.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to be in a specific place?
Apparently, it's
No,
free
as you
seating.
wish. Yeah, free
This
for
is
all.
your seat?
Yeah.
This is my seat then? Okay.
Okay. Good.
Seated or stand? But you don't know.
Donc, je ne sais pas, vous vous installez comme il n'y avait pas de plan de table. Est-ce qu'on m'entend maintenant? Oui? Donc, je ne sais pas si on m'entend. Oui? Apparemment, pas vraiment dans la salle. Il faut que je parle plus fort, peut-être. Comme ça, c'est bien? Non. Apparemment, ça ne marche pas. Là, est-ce que ça va mieux comme ça? Je ne suis pas sûre. Si, ça commence à aller mieux là? Non, toujours pas. Non, dans la salle, non, apparemment. Les détails techniques. On change de marque. OK. J'enlève du coup. OK.
Ah, magic.
OK. Oups. Très bien. Donc, on va pouvoir démarrer. Démarrer là et maintenant rentrer dans le sujet et dans le secteur qui nous rassemble aujourd'hui avec effectivement la question de qu'est-ce que le secteur humanitaire finalement fait sur ces questions-là. Après cette introduction stimulante, effectivement, on pourrait se poser la question, mais finalement, le secteur humanitaire a-t-il réellement une responsabilité sur ces questions de changement climatique? Et si oui, quelle est-elle? Donc, merci Bruno de m'avoir invité. Je suis Véronique de Geoffroy, la directrice générale du groupe URD, qui est un think tank basé en France, spécialisé sur les questions de gestion des crises et de l'action humanitaire. Et en fait, on s'est rencontrés il y a quelques années, en 2019, quand on organisait nos universités d'automne de l'humanitaire sur la question de la multiplication des crises systémiques, des risques liés au changement climatique, voire même des risques d'effondrement. Et où on s'était posé la question, mais finalement, en quoi les acteurs humanitaires sont concernés et est-ce qu'ils font partie de la solution, est-ce qu'ils font partie du problème? Et ça avait été des échanges très, très, très riches à cette époque-là. Et du coup, aujourd'hui, voilà, le sujet là, c'est de voir effectivement qu'en est-il des acteurs humanitaires. Parce que pendant longtemps, finalement, le secteur humanitaire s'est senti assez démuni face aux questions du changement climatique en disant, bon, ce sont des enjeux qui dépendent finalement des acteurs du développement. C'est du long terme, c'est politique, c'est global. Et nous, on est plus auprès des populations une fois que le mal est arrivé et on est un peu démunis face aux questions du changement climatique. Donc, il y a eu pendant, je dirais, plusieurs décennies, le sentiment que ça concernait d'autres acteurs. Finalement, aujourd'hui, avec l'augmentation des catastrophes liées au changement climatique, là, avec la concrétisation des effets du changement climatique sur les populations les plus vulnérables dans les pays d'intervention, les acteurs humanitaires ne peuvent plus penser que ça ne les concerne pas. On est concerné au premier chef. Mais pendant longtemps, un autre argument, c'était de dire, oui, mais justement, nous, on est ceux qui venons sauver. On ne va pas, en plus, se contraindre dans notre capacité d'action et on a peut-être masqué ou relativisé, pour certains, cette responsabilité en termes d'empreinte de l'aide, d'empreinte environnementale. Et pourtant, le principe de ne pas nuire, le do no harm, est au cœur des responsabilités des acteurs humanitaires. Du coup, aujourd'hui, effectivement, les lignes bougent, très clairement. Depuis quelques années, on a vu se multiplier une série d'engagements, d'initiatives, avec bon, celle qui est la plus emblématique aujourd'hui, je dirais, c'est la charte pour le climat et l'environnement, qui a été proposée et portée par à la fois le CICR et la Fédération et les acteurs de l'aide. Aujourd'hui, plus de 300 organisations ont signé cette charte. Il y a un certain nombre d'organisations, nous en France, depuis plus de 10 ans, en fait, il y a des organisations qui travaillent sur la question de la réduction de l'empreinte environnementale à travers le réseau environnement humanitaire et qui, déjà en 2020, avaient pris des engagements. On est une dizaine d'organisations à avoir signé des engagements de réduction de moitié de nos gaz à effet de serre à l'horizon 2030. Donc, il y a des engagements. On va pouvoir en parler. Mais on est bien d'accord, ce n'est que le début de l'histoire, les engagements. Parce que maintenant, c'est comment on fait pour réellement impulser des changements de pratiques en termes d'organisation au niveau de chaque organisation et au niveau du secteur. Comment finalement on rentre dans ce cercle-là de changement entre on prend conscience, on a envie de changer, on sait comment changer, on a les capacités d'action et on peut se renforcer mutuellement, ce cycle du changement. Donc la question là aujourd'hui, c'est où en sommes-nous, chacun là où on en est, chacun dans notre organisation, quels sont les leviers d'action? Et puis une autre question, c'est comment changer d'échelle? Parce qu'on sait, ce n'est pas qu'une question individuelle ou organisationnelle, c'est une question pour le secteur, voire au-delà, et on n'a pas beaucoup de temps. Voilà. Donc pour répondre à ces questions, nous avons autour de la table et avec nous à distance 5 invités de marque. Donc avec Henri Leblanc, qui est directeur adjoint d'Alima, donc une organisation basée à Dakar qui travaille dans le secteur médical et avec un modèle organisationnel original et très, très intéressant de partenariat privilégié avec un certain nombre d'organisations locales et nationales. Nous aurons Cam Morshed qui sera avec nous à distance, qui est un directeur, l'un des directeurs de BRAC, que vous connaissez sûrement. C'est l'une des plus grosses organisations de lutte contre la pauvreté, donc basée au Bangladesh. Nous avons donc Robert Mardini, le directeur général du CICR. Je n'ai pas besoin de présenter le CICR, vous connaissez. Voilà, nous avons Stephen Cornish, qui est directeur de MSF Suisse. Voilà, et Thomas Thompson, directeur de Supply Chain Strategic Engagement au PAM, WFP. Ah, voilà, et Cam nous a rejoint, il est avec nous sur la vidéo. Donc, nous allons rentrer tout de suite dans le cœur du sujet. Donc, j'ai un certain nombre de questions spécifiques que je vais poser à chacun d'entre vous et je propose de faire 2 tours de questions avec le deuxième tour qui sera surtout sur le scaling up. Les premières questions, ça sera plutôt de comprendre comment vos propres organisations se sont engagées, là où vous en êtes et ce que vous faites. Ça vous va comme ça ? Et à la fin, on prendra un temps avec la salle pour collecter des questions depuis la salle ou depuis l'extérieur à distance. Je vais continuer un peu en français avec Henri peut-être, et puis ensuite, ça sera peut-être plus facile de switcher en anglais pour rester en anglais dans les allers-retours. Voilà. Donc, Henri, si j'ai bien suivi, je crois qu'Alima a pris un engagement et est l'une des organisations d'ailleurs, les premières, qui a développé, je crois avec l'appui de Climate Action Accelerator, une feuille de route, une trajectoire pour réduire à l'horizon 2030 de 50% de vos gaz à effet de serre. Donc peut-être pour démarrer, quels sont les principes qui ont guidé ce choix pour Alima?
Très bien. Merci. Est-ce que vous m'entendez correctement? Très bien. Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tous. En effet, il y a un peu plus de 2 ans, on a décidé de lancer une réflexion collective au niveau d'Alima sur la manière d'intégrer les implications du changement climatique dans notre modèle opérationnel. Et j'ai envie de dire d'abord, le premier principe, c'était s'associer aux bonnes personnes. Chez Alima, on est des médecins, des infirmiers, pas des spécialistes du changement climatique, ni de la décarbonation. Et du coup, il a fallu s'associer à des personnes importantes. Donc, je voudrais vraiment saluer Bruno et les équipes qui sont associées dans ce travail, parce que c'était important pour nous d'avoir de l'expertise à intégrer dans notre métier, mais être aussi accompagné par des gens qui connaissent intimement le travail de l'humanitaire médical pour que les feuilles de route qu'on allait construire ressemblent à notre identité et à notre quotidien. Les quelques principes sur lesquels on a vraiment décidé de construire notre approche, d'abord, ça a été celui de se poser la question climatique à hauteur d'hommes, à hauteur des femmes et des hommes qui font Alima, dans les contextes dans lesquels on travaille au Sahel, on travaille en Afrique centrale, et donc que la prise de conscience se passe sur la base de ce que les collègues et les équipes vivent, voient et pratiquent au quotidien dans des contextes qui sont en train de se dégrader. Quel est le rôle d'un médecin, quel est le rôle d'un logisticien dans ces contextes-là, comment on pollue, quelle est notre responsabilité. Au-delà des gros enjeux globaux qui sont fondamentaux sur la science au niveau du changement climatique global, mais pour le passage à l'action, c'était important d'avoir cette question à visage humain. Le deuxième principe qui a été important pour nous, c'est en tant qu'organisation médicale, c'est d'avoir une approche de l'action environnementale large. Évidemment, décarbonation, vous l'avez dit, avec des objectifs de réduction des émissions alignés sur les objectifs internationaux, mais aussi une volonté de réduire l'impact au niveau local de nos externalités, de nos activités, et entre autres la question de la gestion des déchets et de la fin de cycle des différents items que nous utilisons. Et enfin, en tant qu'organisation de recherche, un des aspects qu'on a voulu intégrer dans cette logique environnementale, c'est vraiment cette idée d'investigation du lien entre santé et environnement. Ça nous parle dans nos contextes, hein, quand on est au Tchad, quand on est au Mali, avec l'impact du changement climatique et la vulnérabilité des populations face à ce changement. Et un élément qui est important pour nous en termes d'investigation, c'est se poser très vite la question du modèle de soins. Quel modèle de soins dans les 4-5 prochaines années, dans des contextes qui se dégradent, avec voilà, les apports extérieurs qui vont être complexes, plus d'autonomie pour les structures de santé et un paquet de soins qu'il va falloir réfléchir définitivement. Et plutôt que de le subir, anticiper ces changements et ces dynamiques. Un autre principe qui a été très important pour nous, c'est celui de la crédibilité. D'abord, la crédibilité pour nos équipes, c'est-à-dire quand on se donne des activités, des objectifs et des actions à mettre en œuvre, il faut qu'elles soient réalistes, une fois de plus, dans nos contextes et pas hors sol. Et puis crédibilité, je le disais, aligner nos objectifs sur le consensus scientifique global. Le climat, c'est de la science. Sur les accords de Paris. Et avoir une trajectoire de réduction des émissions qui se fait sans achat de crédit carbone. Ça, c'était quelque chose d'important pour nous en termes de crédibilité. Un autre aspect qui est important, c'est celui de l'apprentissage et d'assumer que quand on se projette sur 10 ans sur une action environnementale, pour une organisation d'urgence comme nous, c'est assumer beaucoup d'incertitudes, se lancer dans l'action, aller vers la balle, assumer qu'on va peut-être se tromper, adapter, revoir nos objectifs, etc., mais plutôt agir que d'attendre des plans parfaits. Ça a été très, très important pour passer à l'action. Et puis le dernier et le plus essentiel, je dirais, des principes, c'est sanctuariser notre mission sociale. À l'IMAD, de fait, avec l'augmentation des besoins humanitaires, continuera à soigner. Il faut que les unes et les uns qui travaillent à soigner les personnes le fassent dans des conditions de sécurité minimales. Et pour ça, ça nous a vraiment aidé à avoir le curseur sur savoir ce qui est réaliste en termes d'action environnementale et ce qui n'est pas faisable dans nos contextes d'intervention.
Et alors justement, sur ce point-là, comment est-ce que vous arrivez à conserver votre capacité d'action et quels sont les leviers finalement qui vous permettent d'atteindre cet objectif que vous vous êtes fixé sans remettre en question le cœur de votre mandat?
Je pense que c'est vraiment cette question de curseur. C'est passer à la moulinette en fait, de la faisabilité, des moyens à mobiliser, des capacités des équipes à enclencher de nouvelles activités. C'est cette faisabilité qu'on a testée et la nécessité de passer, monter en gamme en expertise aussi. Donc ça, c'est un point important. Mais les leviers, on les a définis de manière très simple. On a fait notre premier bilan carbone en 2020 avec l'aide du Climate Action Accelerator. Et le profil de l'organisation en termes d'émissions était très clair. Hein. C'est-à-dire c'est une vraie loi de Pareto, c'est quelques infimes poignées de sources qui ont les plus gros impacts en termes d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Chez nous, organisation médicale, les achats, médicaments, intrants nutritionnels, matériel médical représentent une immense partie des émissions de gaz à effet de serre. On parlait du scope 3. Clairement, en termes de transport, le fret aérien auquel on a énormément encore recours chez Alima représente un poste très important. Les déplacements en avion représentent un poste très important aussi. Donc ça pose la question de leur rationalisation. Et puis en termes d'énergie, l'immense majorité des émissions liées à l'énergie, c'est le carburant pour les générateurs. Et donc, on voit très bien que les marges de manœuvre sont très claires, que la concentration de l'action est très simple, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut, pour réduire nos émissions de gaz à effet de serre, s'attaquer à ces leviers-là. Et donc, nos actions prioritaires qu'on a identifiées, ça a été 5 grandes actions prioritaires. La première, c'est ce shift du fret aérien pour nos appros vers plus de fret maritime, avec une marge de manœuvre et voilà, un changement de pratique où on a vraiment un volet d'action important chez Alima. Je pense qu'avant 2019-2020, 90% de nos approvisionnements étaient été fait par avion. C'est-à-dire qu'on a une vraie marge de progression. La deuxième solution clé, ça a été vraiment de faire ce shift et cette bascule vers les énergies renouvelables pour alimenter les structures de santé dans lesquelles on travaille, mais aussi nos bases, pour passer à des modèles hybrides, être moins dépendants justement des énergies fossiles, surtout dans un contexte où les prix sont en train d'exploser. Donc la rentabilité, pas simplement environnementale, mais pragmatique sur le terrain est réelle. La troisième solution prioritaire, ça a été vraiment d'optimiser notre parc de véhicules. Donc on a encore du travail là-dessus. La quatrième, c'est de rationaliser nos voyages professionnels en avion. Et je pense qu'il y a eu une explosion du nombre de... On voyage pour plein de raisons dans le métier humanitaire, mais on se pose moins la question, je trouve, de qu'est-ce qui est une mission essentielle et qu'est-ce qui est une mission de confort. Donc, il y a à rationaliser ça avec des politiques de déplacement à mettre en place. Et puis un élément essentiel, c'est vraiment les critères environnement d'achat. C'est-à-dire vraiment ce sourcing. C'est un travail que nous, à l'IMA, à notre humble mesure, on ne va pas pouvoir faire tout seul, mais il y a un effet de secteur à faire pour rationaliser la qualité du matériel qu'on achète et la réduction des émissions de ces matériaux.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Henri. On reviendra sur Alima tout à l'heure dans le deuxième round. OK, let's shift to the English and to Bangladesh. So Cam, working in BRAC, can you share with us what is BRAC's approach to the challenges of climate action from your perspective?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us. Now, the idea of BRAC started, in fact, in the 1917 cyclone, known as Bula cyclone, that killed 300 to 500,000 people in Bangladesh. Now, today is, as many of you know, BRAC is one of the largest anti-poverty NGO in the world. It originated in Bangladesh and went international in 2002. Now, Bangladesh still has its largest operation. BRAC is in Bangladesh, but mainly targeting the 20% of the 170 million people that live below the poverty level. Now, when BRAC started, climate change was not such a prominent, discourse like today. So, but people were already experiencing the increased frequency and devastation from natural disasters such as flood, cyclone, which, as we understand today, are linked with climate change. But those days, that link was not so clear. So, this our first program was about recovering from and reducing impact of this natural disaster. So, those days we invested in cyclone shelters, early recovery capacities. We started our seed and agro enterprise that produced and distributed disaster and climate resilient seeds. We offered extension services to popularize new technologies, especially new crops such as maize in Bangladesh. But then right after Cyclone Cedar in 2007, that killed, unfortunately, 3,000 people or more, we initiated the Disaster, Environment and Climate Change Program, which later in 2018 became a Black Climate Change Program to provide technical assistance to all our programs and also manage a focused portfolio, including dealing with our BRAC's own climate emission footprint. Now, so BRAC approaches climate change response from a resilience lens. BRAC's program, including our poverty reduction, livelihood development, health and nutrition, education, water sanitation, or urban poverty, everything. This CCP, the climate change program, basically is about building household level resilience. So this people-centric approach works with people and community to identify and help overcome vulnerabilities, including from climate change and every space of their life. So let me share a couple of examples of how this resilience lens works. So let me start with our ultra-poor graduation program, which is implemented in more than 50 countries by several implementing agencies. So the program offers capacity development, asset transfer for livelihood, promotion of savings, and a market linkages. But with the resilience lens, we work with the thousands of those households to choose climate smart livelihood options, which are resilient and green. And we provide do the micro technology transfer, which is necessary for these households to adopt with and also take part in the green economy. Another example, like climate change in southern Bangladesh renders large patches of land near to the shore unsuitable for traditional cultivation, which is mostly rice and other crops, cereal crops. Now, affecting as a result, many of these communities' economy become vulnerable. And in response, we started a program called My Forest, which is a modified community-based afforestation program, which many of you already know how community-based afforestation works. But what we have done, we have created a plantation model which includes woody tree, medicinal and fruit trees, so that the communities can almost immediately start earning, while they can have a big earning at the end of 20 years when the woody tree matures. Now, if you depending on where you stand, you can call it a adaptation or a mitigation initiatives. Adaptation because these lands which were otherwise unproductive are now being put into production. Mitigation because you're putting green trees and carbon sequestration and so on. But from how we see it, this is really a climate resilient, smart programming that makes the household resilient, if you may. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So yeah, it is clear that from your perspective, mitigation, adaptation, resilience effort are all together. They are often presented as separated streams to be dealt with, but you are embracing all this together. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you later on.
Thank you.
So now let's move to you, Robert Nardini. Can you share with us where will your biggest levers be in both reducing your footprint and strengthening community resilience in conflict areas? And do you see them going hand in hand? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Véronique. And by the way, many of the elements put forward by Henri and Morshed resonate at ICRC. Environmental sustainability is not new for ICRC. We have been investing for more than a decade in it in a consistent way. What is clear now is really that we need to accelerate these efforts, hence our partnership with the Climate Action Accelerator. We're convinced at ICRC that reducing the environmental impact of our activity will simply contribute to improving the quality of our programs for the people we serve. Let me maybe give just a couple of examples to illustrate this. And I will take Ukraine before the 24th of February, where our winterization program since 2014 were really based on improving the insulation of houses rather than just distributing individual heaters. And since the 24th of February, we are investing more systematically in centralized heating systems to reduce the consumption of coal and fuel. Another example is our water strategy in the Middle East that has been now running for a while, where instead of just digging additional boreholes and equipping them with pumps and contributing to the depletion of water tables, we are investing on systems, working in cooperation with the water board. We are reducing and minimizing the leaks and really investing in sustainable water supply scheme that can, for instance, support refugees and host communities alike. We are also investing in drip irrigation techniques, because we know that at the end of the day, irrigation is responsible of the vast majority of water consumption across the world, and the Middle East is really a place where it is really water stressed. So we're really convinced that our efforts in smart climate mitigation and adaptation should go hand in hand. We should not put one against the other. And our three main levers, if I have to really summarize, we have three. The first one is to adapt our programs. And in everything we do on the ground, for the people caught up in conflict and violence, we should really think climate first. We need to integrate the climate risk in anything we do. We know that our main source of greenhouse emissions, as you mentioned, Henri, are food relief, our supply chains. And this is why when we established our decarbonization roadmap, it was absolutely key to have this climate lens in order to implement our activities and to support the resilience of population and think of agricultural solutions, local solutions, market-based approaches. The second one is really to support our energy transition. We know that our biggest challenge is the energy we consume, and we have started and prioritized our 7 most consuming delegations in terms of energy and fuel for generators to start solarizing this. And this is absolutely critical. And I think we need to pivot, and our colleagues are now pivoting from a generator by default approach to a solar by default approach. And the third one is really to double down and push on our policy engagement in the multilateral space. I mean, in this COP27, we will have very much the same messages as last year, which is we need that climate action and climate finance reach the most vulnerable places in the last mile along the front lines of conflict and climate. That it's important to recall that the most vulnerable are those already affected by conflict, that international humanitarian law is protecting also when respected the environment, the natural environment, and that the climate finance should really reach those difficult places.
Thank you very much. We'll come back later on the scaling issues, yeah, scaling up issues. Okay, well, Stefan, as an emergency medical organization, what will MSF have to change to radically reduce its emissions while reinforcing its missions to save lives in crisis situations?
So first off, we are, of course, very pleased to be working with the Climate Action Accelerator and have just set out our roadmap. We also have an internal climate pact. We had to set the North Star first for MSF. We did have a bit of a dissonance between the idea of saving lives and being green. And it was a long journey, but it's one that's now really been taken up, and I'm very pleased to see it. And of course, like others, we know that we have to look at our supply and our transport and our energy consumption. All these will be measured and monitored and reduced. But we've been trialing both technological solutions and practice change. And I think we're going to find quite a lot of avenues there. We've trialed solar oxygen and solar generators, reducing single-use items, which is going to be very important. We're just at the verge of coming up with a biodegradable solution for the plastic sachets that medical distributions of medicines come in, 6 million bags in one go. Even down the road, one could assume that technology will be able to be used on hard plastics. And if we could crack that nut and reduce syringes, everything of that nature. But a lot of practice change. We're having to go back to autoclaving, look at the usage of cloth gowns, things of this nature. And that's so important because it was said before that, of course, when we make a roadmap, we only have the first steps. Change comes in a sort of a hockey stick. I'm a Canadian, so hockey stick graph. I don't know how you would say that in French, but there's all the things we can do now, but we really have to engender the change, and that's the culture change that has to come so that we're getting the ideas from the bottom. So we're really trying to make visible changes that people can see. I'm just back from Latin America, where we've insulated all of our pharmacies, all of our hot water usage. We have half of the vehicle fleet now on hybrids. And these changes aren't the ones that are going to make the whole difference, but they are the ones that are going to set that this is business as usual, and that it's not a dissonance between saving lives and going green. And you could imagine over time, when the carbon price could be at $300 or $500, then we would certainly get the business case. So we've now got the moral case, and we will understand the business case as well.
And would you say then that this transformation actually reinforce your capacity and your own organization's capacity to operate better in this kind of context that are subject to those different and increasing number of shocks? Yeah,
I would say that we have to make sure that it does. And to do that, we need more than just reducing our CO2 and our waste. We actually have to change how we work completely. And at MSF Switzerland, we've put all of our programs now through a planetary health lens. This means that we have to be working with patients as partners, strengthening communities and resiliency. What we don't do, we have to partner with somebody else who can. We have to look at our whole footprint, and we are now changing where we work to ensure that we're following the science so that we have a strong enough regional footprint and response capacity across the equatorial belt in the areas that science tells us are going to be the most effective. And then we are also ensuring that we have not only the supplies and the capacity, but we start to partner with others. We're also looking at the projects that we do in order to get ourselves ready to be fit for purpose tomorrow. Because none of us alone, and not even all of us together, are going to be able to respond to all of the needs. But we need to ensure that our toolkit is fit for purpose. So we're looking more at working on arbovirus, a lot more on prevention, overlapping with climate models and weather models now, so that we know which diseases are going to be on the rise. And then we're doing more preventive vaccination, working with community health workers and algorithms so that you don't have to have as many medical workers on the front line, but you can have early detection and early warning on things like malaria, malnutrition, and then refer into a central place where you have greater capacity. So it really takes a full redesign of how we're going to work, and that's going to show its results over time. If it doesn't, then we clearly have seen through COVID the limitations of this hub and spoke model of trying to send volunteers and medicine around the world from a central location. That's not going to work. So we need a complete redesign, and then we will be fit for purpose.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back to you later on. Well, now, Thomas, as a director of the supply chain of one of the largest supply chain in the aid sector, if I'm not wrong. You are buying, shipping, and distributing food to tens of millions of people and communities across the world. So my first question to you is, how does WFP then factor in these two simultaneous imperatives that are providing food to an increasing number of vulnerable populations and integrating the Paris Agreement goal for all actors in society of halving emissions by 2030?
Thank you very much. I'm hoping the microphone is working. I don't want to be a bearer of bad news in my first question, but I'll be more positive as I get further on. I mean, the first is simultaneous objectives, and I can't speak for the United Nations, but the United Nations family hasn't really signed up to the Paris Accords yet. Close, perhaps in terms of numbers, but it's not quite there. And so WFP, as part of that, has that conundrum as well. So that's the sort of the elephant in the room, is that we're actually, that's not officially our target yet. I don't think we're terribly far away, but we can hope so. The second is that our primary objective given to us by a fairly large executive board and our donors is to save lives. So the places that we work are typically austere environments. It's one thing for a company in Europe to say they're going to go carbon neutral by 2050 in Northern Europe and in Asia. It's quite another to say that they're going to do that in Syria, Yemen, South Sudan, Somalia, etc. And so it's a larger challenge. And it's not that we'd like to not head in that direction, but it's a larger challenge. And the third is that, as we pointed out, we're having more and more climate crises. It's doubled the number of climate crises we've been responding to since the 1990s. As correctly pointed out by our first speaker, a lot of this is driven by conflict. And so we have this never-ending change of what our parameters are going to be in terms of our climate reduction. And I'll be more positive in the other ones because there are things that are being done, but we have enormous challenges. And right now, the Paris Accords are not exactly the UN's target at this point.
Okay, so please give us some good news. What key leverage points do you identify in the food supply chain to reduce its footprint in the coming decade? And can they be coupled with increasing resilience to shocks?
Okay, thanks. This is where we get a little bit more positive and there are things that are certainly being done. I mean, first and foremost, not moving food around the planet is the biggest low-hanging fruit. And that's combined with resilience, which for me is an all-of-society approach to increasing people's living standards. If we're able to do this, and if we're able to avoid conflicts, we don't need to intervene in as many emergencies. And because of those locations, like I say, they're very difficult to keep them incredibly green. So reducing poverty is a huge part of this. Things that are happening now as we speak is we're trying to shift away from this business of shipping large quantities of food, across the world, and are focusing more on what we can do locally or regionally and ship shorter distances. And obviously this has multiple impacts in terms of our ability to have suppliers in those areas increase their capacity. So that's being done. The shipping folks and the aviation people in our units are trying their best to optimize routes, to shorten distances that are either flown or shipped as a way of doing this as well. We're also looking at changes in food baskets because there are some foods that themselves create less carbon in production and may be equal or more nutritious food in general. So we're looking at swapping those things in food baskets as much as possible. And these are things that like I say, that we're doing now. We will need to look strategically at places that we buy. There are places that we purchase food now that we probably won't be purchasing in 10 years. So we need to start thinking about what those markets are going to look like and how we can actually have a green supply chain from the new emerging market. Partnerships and learning from others is a huge one for us as well. I mean, I think WFP is a little bit late to the game. The UN is late to the game. So it's quite clear that we need the input of other people and our other partners in this in terms of everything, measuring other solutions, et cetera. Certainly our offices, we are going to a more solar default, solar warehousing default. So we ship things out, we want to ship them with solar panels and battery setups to try to reduce the amount of generator usage. We're doing some training with partners, coming up in West Africa to look at what other agencies are doing and how they can best make their operations more efficient as well. So our own partnerships with other people downstream and with governments is going to be super, super important. And then finally, I mean, technology has got some huge potential as well, and we're watching those things now. We don't know what's going to shake out, but there's some incredible stuff coming on board. I mean, they're going to start flying electric airplanes now. They're looking at hydrogen-powered dirigibles to move large quantities of food. I shocked our shipping department when I talked about sailing vessels as a potential means of moving things around the planet. These things are a ways off, and we need to see where they're going to go. I myself thought that the way battery technology on cars would have gone was with replaceable batteries. Didn't happen. So we need to figure out what of these technologies does actually rise to the surface. But those are some of the big triggers that are happening right now. And I think there's great potential in all of this. I mean, one other thing that I think is worth mentioning here as well is that in a lot of these austere environments, they have an opportunity to actually jump an entire generation of technology. And so they might be able to move from an old, I think of a few countries that I know of where I've worked, where it's been a fleet of very, very dirty Fiat trucks from the 1960s. And they may be able to skip the next generation of transport into something that's green. Look at electronic banking in East Africa and mobile phone networks throughout Africa where they've skipped an entire generation of laying landlines. So I think if we look carefully, we can see some great potential in a lot of places that are actually the least developed right now. They may be the most technologically advanced in the coming years.
Well, thank you very much. Henri? On va repasser un peu en français si c'est possible. La question, et avant de passer à ces enjeux de scaling up, c'était plutôt avec toi de voir finalement, est-ce que pour une organisation comme Alima, c'est cher? Et est-ce que c'est forcément plus cher de réfléchir à une aide plus verte?
Merci pour la question. Quand je parlais de feuille de route crédible, c'est un travail qu'on a fait, essayer d'avoir un forecast des moyens additionnels qui seraient nécessaires à enclencher les quelques priorités stratégiques dont j'ai parlé tout à l'heure. C'est un travail qui vaut ce qu'il vaut, mais qui nous a permis de voir que, évidemment, enclencher certaines solutions, passage au photovoltaïque, critères environnement d'achat, ont des coûts, et des coûts à court terme. C'est-à-dire que pour basculer, pour vraiment passer à l'échelle, on en parlera tout à l'heure assez rapidement, il y a des coûts importants à court terme. Un des coûts essentiels pour nous aussi, qu'il ne faut pas sous-estimer, c'est le coût humain. C'est-à-dire vraiment construire une équipe, s'associer les bons partenaires, une fois de plus. On ne peut pas être expert de tout, et puis il faut travailler en alliance. On n'est pas des spécialistes du solaire, on n'est pas spécialistes de tous les enjeux d'adaptation. Et puis, la formation. La formation, c'est un des investissements clés. La formation, faire monter en gamme et en compétences les équipes, les personnes référentes sur certains métiers, et aussi la mise à niveau de toutes les équipes régulièrement. On est dans un métier où le turnover est très important, et donc ce qui est vrai dans une équipe telle année ne va pas forcément être vrai. Donc il faut toujours mettre à niveau aussi le niveau technique des équipes. Ça, c'est un point. Mais la clé pour moi, c'est pas parler de coûts, mais vraiment d'investissement. Il faut voir ça comme un investissement. Et on n'est peut-être pas encore aujourd'hui assez bon dans le fait de quantifier et valoriser les co-bénéfices de passer à certaines solutions environnementales. Aujourd'hui, dans les contextes dans lesquels on travaille, le passage au photovoltaïque a des co-bénéfices incroyables, ou à des méthodes hybrides, en termes d'autonomie des structures de santé, de continuité des soins, en termes d'économie, même économique à court terme. Et par exemple, aujourd'hui, les équipes au Tchad, dans la région du lac Tchad, à Liwa et à Ngouri, ils ont investi dans des backups en solaire pour alimenter des concentrateurs d'oxygène et un peu de matériel biomédical. Et en quelques mois, ils sont déjà retournés sur investissement à hauteur de 45%. Et on a économisé, les économies en termes de coûts de carburant sont assez incroyables. Donc ça veut dire qu'on est sur des modèles, on parlait des modèles économiques, on y est quasiment avec les prix actuels du marché des matières fossiles. En termes d'autonomie, des structures, donc il faut valoriser ça. Ce qu'on demande, évidemment, il va y avoir des coûts additionnels, des coûts différents, une manière de budgéter différente, mais il faut vraiment voir ça comme un investissement. Deux autres points. Le premier, c'est que, évidemment, il faut que nous, on dépend majoritairement de financements publics internationaux, de bailleurs de fonds. Il faut que les bailleurs de fonds s'embarquent, s'engagent et soutiennent ces initiatives et ces nouveaux modèles de budgétisation des projets médicaux en intégrant ces aspects-là, en assumant une part de l'effort. Et puis, qu'on les prenne au mot. Je salue l'initiative, entre autres, de ECO, qui a mis en place tout dernièrement des critères et des conditions liées à l'environnement sur le financement des projets humanitaires. C'est des initiatives qui sont intéressantes. Il faut que les autres s'embarquent dans ce genre d'initiative. Le dernier élément, vraiment pour dire que je ne pense pas qu'il faille se centrer sur la question du financement, c'est qu'il y a énormément d'économies qui vont être générées par la mise en place d'initiatives environnementales. Pour nous qui étions encore il y a quelques années à 90% de fret aérien, le passage au fret maritime va générer des économies d'échelle incroyables. Donc il faut aussi penser nos projets avec une logique de vase communicant. Ce qui va être économisé sur le fret peut être investi dans les ressources humaines, dans la technique, dans le photovoltaïque. Donc c'est aussi une nouvelle manière, nous, de nous engager. Voilà.
Merci. Et du coup, question complémentaire, comment est-ce que vous embarquez vos partenaires? On disait, Alima, c'est un modèle particulier. Et comment vos partenaires locaux et nationaux sont eux aussi embarqués dans cette aventure?
On a en effet dans beaucoup de pays, principalement au Sahel, ce modèle de cogestion de projets, c'est-à-dire qu'Alima ne travaille pas seule, travaille exclusivement en partenariat avec une ONG médicale nationale. Je retournerai la question en ce sens où parfois c'est eux qui nous montrent la voie, hein. Ils ne nous ont pas attendus. Je pense à l'ONG avec qui on est en partenariat au Burkina Faso, qui s'appelle Keogo, qui est une ONG de santé et de protection, qui a monté un centre de prise en charge de personnes vulnérables en périphérie de Ouagadougou, avec une école, un centre d'accueil, un centre de formation professionnelle pour la réinsertion. Et tout est sur photovoltaïque avec une armée de batteries depuis plusieurs années. Et en plus de ça, ils ont un potager écologique, etc. Donc, certains n'ont pas attendu les grands enjeux ou les grandes décisions internationales. Donc, il faut aussi apprendre. Je pense qu'on va beaucoup apprendre des ONG nationales dans les années qui viennent. Les ONG nationales vont avoir une action et un rôle croissant. C'est le sens de ce qui est en train de se passer pour de multiples facteurs. Et leur volume opérationnel va augmenter. Et donc, la question qui va se poser à ces ONG nationales, ce n'est pas tant les nôtres, c'est-à-dire d'adapter nos pratiques les plus néfastes ou les plus émettrices, mais justement de penser leur développement organisationnel avec des logiques d'anticipation des besoins, des logiques bas carbone et des logiques d'adaptation. Donc c'est vraiment ça qui est en face, à mon avis, dans les quelques mois et années qui viennent, en face de ces ONG nationales. Et évidemment, à Lima, on soutiendra cet effort de capacité organisationnelle parce qu'on pense que c'est le sens de ce qui est en train de se passer dans ces contextes d'intervention.
Merci beaucoup. Alors maintenant, cette question-là du scaling up, on va la... Sorry, I will switch to the English. So now we are going to dig a bit this question of scaling up. As we said earlier, time is short, yeah, for change. So how can you, in your organizations, and we as a sector, shift the models? This is the big question. So we'll start with you, Cam. And from a BRAC perspective, what learnings do you have to share with us to scale up action at the required level?
Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, it is a difficult process of how you scale up, but let me distill some of our lesson into three big chunks, if you know. The first is, I think climate change needs to be incorporated, mainstreamed into everything that you do good, that you do best. So for our case, climate change response is delivered through all the delivery vehicles that BRAC has in its position. Like, for example, recently from 2021, we are running and gradually scaling up both coverage and scope of our weather index-based crop insurance. Our plan is to make this crop insurance available to 25% of BRAC's 8 million clients, which is currently with us in the next couple of years. So since BRAC is already there in 8 million homes with a service, instead of trying a separate service, we are developing a climate service built into microfinance. I already talked about how our ultra-poor graduation program is incorporating climate change, and also talked about our seed program and agro program, which has incorporated climate change response, if you may. Let me give you another example. The Aishabat Foundation, through its 15 centers and 696 sub-centers in remote Bangladesh, offers alternative livelihood to around 25,000 artisans. Now, these artisans are mostly women and are coming from climate vulnerable localities. Most of them were marginal farmers before, but the climate change has rendered their field either unusable or they become landless. So this is our first lesson. Incorporate it, mainstream it in all your existing delivery channel instead of trying to create a new one. Second, we found out, climate change program can be only scaled up if you're locally relevant. While climate change is like a global storm, not all of us are in the same boat. Each family experience this differently. Each household has a different interpretation of climate change. And unfortunately, in most climate discussion in a climate control room, the affected voices are absent. And also, as it is indicated very clearly in the keynote session, that women's voice in designing climate response is critical. Often, the women voice, getting the women voice into the climate change response, that's absent, and which is one of the lessons we have learned very hard way, that we need to listen to them. And if I look at this panel, we could do a better job in bringing at least replicating what we have seen in the keynote session. But I must thank the organizer to make space for two Southern organizations, ALIMA and BRAC, in this discussion, which is not very common in global climate discussions. Now, though I'm saying that our experience is bringing local voices important, it's not very easy. We have experienced it firsthand. Just think about a case of sustained flooding due to climate change. Now, to a fisherman community, that's a blessing, if you know. But if you think of a community of farmers, sustained flooding is a death knell. Now, hence, for us, we have to thoroughly redesign our processes, our tools, and continue to pivot. And there's a two level of then process design. One is how to bring in climate change that colleagues from MS have talked about. How do you redesign your delivery to bring in climate change? But then how do you redesign to bring in voices from the ground? And that's our second lesson, that if you're not locally relevant, scaling up is difficult, or it's easy if you're locally relevant. Third lesson for us is climate change is too significant an issue for a single mode of delivery or a single agency or single type of agency to work on. So in case of BRAC, our scale-up approach has basically three prongs: direct delivery, model building, and systems training. Direct delivery, I talked about our programs like microfinance, ultra-poor graduation, and so on and so forth. Let me focus on the other two models. So in the model building, let me give you an example to clarify. We have recently started a program called CruiseNet project, which is a marriage between MIT's state-of-the-art climate and socio-economic forecasting technologies, with BRAC ability to implement proactive adaptation at the community level. So we are developing models so that community can better adopt, better get the forecast right, get the socio-economic impact right, and better adopt to climate change. So once developed and tested and proven, of course, this model can be then adopted by various actors, including government. So the model building continues to be our one of our important delivery channels, but while we know that somebody else may actually scale it up. And then finally, we also work in system strengthening. For example, in 2 districts of Bangladesh out of 64, we are working with the public health official to identify the root causes of this vector-borne disease resurgence that has, of course, due to climate change, but how they are linked to each of the change in the locality, how best to deal with them. And we're developing almost a training, it's a system manual to deal with this changed vector-borne diseases. So the ultimate goal is to strengthen the public health system's ability to respond to the impact of climate change. So if we are successful, this will change Bangladesh's public health system, and the system will strengthen and can deliver climate response at scale, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now, Robert, I have 2 questions for you. First of all, how do we move from pilot project today to large-scale deployment tomorrow, and then from organization to the sector, and maybe furthermore to the world society change?
Thank you very much, Veronique. So I think the key word here is really collaboration and partnership. This is the only way to achieve this within the sector. And it starts really internally. It's about breaking down the silos. The good news, the ICRC, if I look at what we're doing at ICRC, an organization of 21,000 persons working in 100 places, there is a great deal of motivation and enthusiasm. And we hear this from our units, departments in Geneva, our field delegation. There is a thirst to come up, to innovate, to push the boundaries of the possible and to test new things. So this is very encouraging, but it's still important to ensure that people work horizontally in networks and share the experiences. And I think we need to really strengthen the collaboration within the sector. And that was really the intent of launching, together with our friends and colleagues from the International Federation of Red Cross Red Crescent Society, this Climate and Environment Charter. The good news is now we have 316 humanitarian organizations who signed up, 9 states supporting. It's important because there is a funding component to these ambitions to pivot into a greener space. And I think it's important to work in a collaborative way to steer and galvanize our collective work, and in order to do more and better in that field as organization. And I think about the scaling up, when I look to the Red Cross Red Crescent movement, which is the wider humanitarian network, we're talking here about 192 national societies and more than 14 million volunteers. So I'm really encouraged because when I remember 20 years ago in Eritrea, when the solar water production was relatively new, and when we tested this with communities who could no longer afford paying for fuel and spare parts, it came as a very sustainable, cost-effective and cost-efficient solution that is, by definition, scalable, because now it's even more affordable to go for solar pumping. And I think the third point is we need to scale up also beyond the humanitarian sector. And I think we need to find collaboration beyond the humanitarian sector. A case in point is the partnership that we have with some universities, EPFL, EPFZ, where we are also leveraging collective intelligence and ideas of young people, leveraging new technologies to bolster integration of innovations by design in our work and the humanitarian action. Another example I can give is a collaboration and a partnership we're having with the ITC, the International Trade Center, where here the idea is to harness trade and business opportunities. And this partnership is about charting a way of inclusivity and a way to make sustainable development work in fragile markets and fragile communities, to reduce people from aid dependency and reinforce their resilience. And another example I can give in Goma is where we can also catalyze and leverage beyond what humanitarians can do. When you connect the dots between development actors, between the private sector, between local authorities, to ensure that 330,000 persons who today do not have access to water will benefit by 2026 from a project that will be run and implemented by other actors than just humanitarian actors. And I think this is something that is very important. And again, I repeated, the power and necessity of partnership is also the reason why we joined forces with the Climate Action Accelerator. Over to you.
Thank you. We are running out of time, so if I may, I will shift to the other panelists with the same kind of question of, from your perspective, what does the ed sector need to scale? Yeah.
The first thing we need is our friends from the first panel to be super successful and have all of the business community make this journey so that we can have products that will be already climate friendly. We need our own investment plan, and we don't only need to look at ourselves, we have to look at the whole health systems that are around us. So we need the cop tucks to really go into overdrive, and loss and damage to be on the table. Internally, though, we have our own investment plans. Scaling is clearly a challenge. We have to change it from a cost to an investment. And through educating our boards, ourselves, and our donors, I think it's very clear that narrative can be made, and we've already heard how once you reduce energy, you reduce waste, you end up saving money. Right now, an example of that in the field, we've just done the first hepatitis E vaccine ever. and it comes from China. It was in single-use, singly wrapped syringes. We're working with the supplier right now to make multi-dose in each syringe and to have it package wrapped. And this will reduce the waste just from that one vaccine by more than 50%. And you imagine if we use the power of the partnerships that we're making now through the Climate Accelerator to work as a sector and unite our purchasing power to demand change faster from the people who are behind the supplies that we use, we'll make a lot of progress there. We're also looking at internally, how do we make nudging and default on what's in our catalogs, what's in our logistic bases, so people can't buy something that doesn't work unless they have the last mile need. So turn it around. Instead of saying you could have a green option, we're trying to turn it around to have the green option first, and then where you need last mile and the service won't work or doesn't exist, then we absolutely will reduce lives first. And even if we make it to 70% or 80% of our target, we would consider that to be a success if we're still fit for purpose and saving lives tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Well, Thomas, in terms of scaling up, upstreams and downstream with your supplier and implementing partners, can you give us some input?
I think for myself, the UN and WFP often respond to stimulus from our executive board, our donors, the Secretary General. So what would really give us the handle on this is if it's demand driven. I'll give you an example. Right now, there's a Secretary General's asked for some relatively modest savings through UN reform. If we were given the same level of directive on climate issues, we would have far fewer problems. The same thing with, and I'm going to get myself in trouble here. I'm sorry. And I had a bit of an epiphany when Sandra was speaking in the first panel as well, because of the 4 Ps. Don't worry, it's not penis. There's some great truth in that I'd like to try to exploit. So I'm hoping to have a discussion with you a bit later. I completely agree that once we have that kind of mandate to move forward, that you're absolutely correct in terms of partnerships and being able to collaborate with others is going to be very key to that. It may be controversial, but the aid sector isn't that big. So in the grand scheme of things, we're a bit of a drop in the ocean. However, the places we work and the people that we end up advising can be multipliers towards some of the work that we're being done. We're now finding governments saying, we need help in this area. So it's an opportunity for us to change the way things are done in certain parts of the world that are not really touched by some of the economics that happen in Europe, North America, and Asia. So that's a huge possibility for us. Once we have those things, driving down towards our suppliers and contractors for transport and other things will come. We'll have to be a little bit patient with some of them because we are trying to work locally. So we're going to have to help them move those things along. But I think there's ways we can achieve those things. But we need the big driver to push us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, with a few minutes late, let's enter into questions from the from outside, from online, and then I will take one question from the room. But maybe if we have, yeah.
And thank you. So the question is, does MSF also plan to question proven practices to reach climate objectives, which could impact its ability to respond to emergencies? So it's about this, finding this balance between humanitarian emergency and your climate objectives.
I will take, sorry for that. I will take one question from the room and then we'll give you the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm Ibtihel, Environment Gender Officer at CIF, Secours Islamique France, also part of the network REH that Véronique mentioned before. My question is actually to jump in on the points you mentioned, Robert, on it's very important to work collaboratively within the humanitarian sectors. And this is already what we're doing in different countries, but how would you envision to do it practically on the field? That's my question to all of you.
Okay, so Stephen, first question for you from your colleagues.
Colleagues, and it's absolutely that dissonance that that I spoke about earlier, thinking that we're going to trade off saving lives today for what is saving lives tomorrow, because the greatest humanitarian disaster ever to come is that of climate change. And so we have to work on both, and we have to work on both simultaneously. So we are going to save lives now. We have a roadmap to reduce our footprint in our 7 largest missions, and we'll be able to do that without putting in the balance of lives today. And then over time, as we change practices, as new technologies come on board, we will make it as far as we can. And if we aim for the stars and we make the moon, that'll already be amazing.
Robert?
No, thank you for this very important question. And I think the good news is a lot of collaboration is already happening. And I think what we should resist as humanitarians is to come with a toolbox of ready-made solutions. And I think the key word here is to co-create the solution with the communities affected. Very often, the right solution come really from them if we invest the time to listen and to co-create those solutions. I think we have the opportunity within the Red Cross to work also with the volunteers who are part and parcel of those communities. And many great projects today supporting the resilience of communities in the Horn of Africa, in the Sahel region, really come not as a top-down decree from headquarters, but really as solutions that are proposed by the communities. And we really help them achieve what they think is best and remove the obstacles they face. And I think the only way to do it is to partner also with local actors and our national societies.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes left. Is there another question from the room? I think that, yeah, please.
Thank you. Jean-Christophe Barth, Executive Director of the World Association of PPP Units and Professionals. I wanted to know if using more public-private partnerships, which are obviously long-term relationships, could be one of the solutions that you're looking for. And I'd be very interested to hear if you have experience with that and if that would be a scalable solution.
No, thank you. This is an important question. And that was my point of really scaling up beyond the humanitarian sector. And maybe I didn't develop much the Goma water project because it's a very good example of how public-private partnership can really leverage solutions for people. Here, I mean, the ICRC has been present in this area with MSF and other humanitarian organization for now many decades. Cities are growing because there is a great deal of people displaced because of conflict and violence. And when you take a snapshot of Goma, you have 300,000 plus people living in areas where there is no water network. So, of course, this is not a project of a scale of an organization to just implement from A to Z. But the knowledge of the area, the relationship with the Régie des Eaux, which is the local water board, the fact that we have also partnership with the actors such as the World Bank and other development organizations, and making the thing and the project and the endeavor interesting for actors from the private sector enabled us to put people around the table, and through an initial study for which we got the funds to propose a project that will be done by others, and the money will not transit through the coffers of ICRC, and this is okay. We are leveraging solutions for people affected by armed conflict through additional resources and funds, and not to the detriment of maybe more emergency response that needs to happen on our side. But we need to scale up those examples, and this is where we see a great deal of potential.
Could I just add that the responsibility for those public-private partnerships and for meeting the mitigation needs, the adaptation needs, and the loss and damage needs are already signed up to by the world community and follow through with business and other actors. And I like the point at the end, Robert, because all of this doesn't need to transit through us as humanitarian actors. All of these needs and responsibilities exist. We know them. The opportunities are there, and they can be done either through an impact fund and investing. They can be done either as part of the responsibilities that states owe the developing world. And it's with some great urgency that we need to see a multiplication of such initiatives.
Thank you very much. Well, en français. Merci pour tous ces apports. Ce qu'on peut dire, je crois, aujourd'hui, pour reprendre un peu le cercle du changement que j'avais introduit tout à l'heure, c'est que en termes de prise de conscience, je pense qu'il y a eu vraiment, sur ces dernières années, au niveau des sociétés et des organisations, voilà, une prise de conscience partagée à peu près à tous les niveaux. Mais il faut continuer. Je pense qu'il faut continuer quand même à porter ce regard et à alerter au niveau des décideurs et à tous les niveaux. Je pense que là, les acteurs humanitaires ont un rôle aussi important pour faire remonter ce dont ils sont témoins sur le terrain. Deuxième point, c'était avoir envie. J'étais intéressée de voir que dans vos organisations, vous sentez qu'il y a une envie de changement, il y a une envie de prendre ce sujet-là. Et moi, je le ressens aussi, notamment avec les générations les plus jeunes. Dans les organisations, ce sont souvent elles qui portent ces enjeux-là. Et je pense que pareil, il faut accompagner cet élément-là. Troisième élément, troisième point, c'est savoir comment. Savoir comment, je crois qu'on est là-dedans. Et vous nous avez dit aujourd'hui, c'est en travaillant avec les communautés, en travaillant avec le secteur privé, en revenant au local, en pensant spécifique au niveau des contextes et pas seulement au niveau global. Pouvoir agir, et là vous avez beaucoup dit ensemble, en collaborant. En pensant pas que tout seul, on peut faire quelque chose. On ne se sortira de cette situation critique qu'en collaborant à différents niveaux, au niveau des sièges, des organisations, au niveau des terrains et au-delà du secteur humanitaire. Et après, comme ça, on pourra aussi impulser des changements et renforcer l'action avec tous les partenaires. Donc, merci beaucoup pour ces messages d'espoir, d'avancée. Merci beaucoup et à tout de suite.
Different numbers. Exactly. Exactly. Do you know Carmen?
Yes, we studied together.
Ah, that's. Oh, I gotta hear some stories. She's. Did she tell you she went bike riding this week? Was it this week? Was it this week?
Was this week?
Oh. No. 110.
Probably more because okay, but I feel that I'm tired because I've been sleeping very early this week.
No, she did fab. First of all, the weather was Wednesday. Yeah. It was super. Yeah.
Did you do from the lake? From the broken chair on the egg? Oh.
And then the train back.
Okay. Yeah, the train back was so wild.
I wanted to ride back.
Yeah. Oh, you went all together? Yeah. Well, with another colleague. But he cycles. I don't cycle. So this is nothing. 110 was like 200.
Well, I mean, it's still a long day in the saddle.
Yeah,
it's still a long day in the bike, but nice to meet you.
Hi, Ronald, Elise. Nice to meet you. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, please take a seat over there.
Thank you.
Ouais, là, les gens, ils sont en pleine digestion.
Still, that might be. At least, where do you want me to sit? There's 3 chairs. Are there many more people?
I think just one.
Okay.
Because the other ones are online.
Ah, got it.
So
you want right here, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
I could drink that. I don't know whose that is.
I thought it was still better sparkling.
Okay, we're going to wait 5 more minutes and then we'll start. So
This is fine. This is fine.
please tell your colleagues they must come.
Correct. We are based here in We've been here, the organization's been around for 90 years, but we're based in Geneva, and I joined 2 years ago.
At some point, one of your colleagues approached us, I mean, 2053,
Yeah.
to be part of it, to be part of this ecosystem.
Okay.
And afterwards, I gave all applications, and he said, yes, very interesting. But,
Never heard back.
No.
Well, we might have to correct that.
Okay.
We'll definitely have to correct that.
On commence? Okay. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Please take a seat. We're going to start with the second panel today, roundtable discussion on cross-fertilization between sectors. So we're going to talk about how we can learn from each other across the various sectors, humanitarian, education, and health sectors. And we have the pleasure of welcoming with us Mr. Ronald Lavater, who's the CEO of the International Hospital Federation, based here in Geneva, and Mr. Jean-Pierre Raymond, Executive Director of 2050 Today, so working here in Geneva with the Geneva ecosystem. And I believe we have 3 more people online today. Claudia Zingerli, who's joining from Zurich, and Laurie Marot from Paris, as well as Carl Vela from the Women's Business Coalition. And Claudia is working at ETH Zurich, and Laurie at the École des Hautes Études en Santé Publique, and also leading on the SHIFT project for the health decarbonization plan in France. So I think we will start with our speakers who are online. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today from various locations. Welcome to Geneva. So we're going to start with you, Claudia. Claudia Zingerelli. You are the head of sustainability for ETH Zurich. So I guess everybody knows the ETH. It's one of the top universities in the world, top research institute as well. And can you tell us about why you decided to walk the talk as the ETH, why it's important for you to really walk the talk on the campus, because obviously you have a carbon footprint through your operations. And also you have this responsibility of producing top science, including climate science, and of course, providing high-level education for students. So you have this triple responsibility, but just tell us on why it's important for ETH Zurich to lead by example. Over to you. I think we're starting with Claudia.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm not sure, do you hear me well? Okay, I'm also on the screen now. Is the audio okay?
Yes, you just speak slightly louder so we can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for having me. Although I'm staying in Switzerland, I still appreciated a lot to joining online. And I also was very happy to follow the cross-sectoral discussions already this morning, because I think there is a lot to learn from each other. And so I'm very glad also to speak today on behalf of ETH Zurich as one of the, as you said, famous academic institutions in Switzerland and worldwide. There is certainly an important role that the academic and research institutions have in the current, always, but especially in the current situation of these multiple crises. As you know, we produce science, we produce knowledge, we address major challenges of our times. We also provide applied research and solutions to mitigation and adaptations. We also support business ideas and startup companies. We educate future leaders and the general public, and we provide science-based policy advice and knowledge exchange to sectors that are also themselves very knowledgeable and knowledge intensive. So this is very important that we appreciate each other in our knowledge, in our specific forms of knowledges. So what is special about academic institution like ETH Zurich? A university is a place where other adults and conscious citizens actually of different generations meet. They collaborate there, they educate each other, they thrive for the purpose of knowledge production. And I would like to say also that we have a full range of knowledges that are there, from systems knowledge, target knowledge, transformation knowledge. And I think we also should very much count on what Sandrine this morning coined as emotional intelligence in these different forms of knowledges. So this is somehow my introduction to, to what we're actually producing as a university. And I very much want to focus on the action and that transformation knowledge, because this is where I think a lot of cultural change is also necessary to happen, and that we really can start transforming our practices, our ways of operations. And you mentioned, Elise, that yes, we want to walk the talk. We recently published our net zero white paper only 2 weeks ago. We have an obligation to share knowledge with society. We are a lighthouse for science-based decision-making, and we also want not only to contribute to decarbonization, but we also want to stay focused on sustainability in general and the 2030 agenda. So these are a bit my more introductory words about our special role, I guess, in the academic sector. And when I speak of net zero strategies of ETH Zurich, we can rely very much on systematic records of our environmental and energy data that we have collected for more than 20 years. So this is something that puts us in a very good situation to actually monitor what is going on and to find out where our levers are in order to determine the priorities on our reduction pathway. In general, it is very clear and very similar to what every one of us is actually trying to do, namely combination of reduction, replacement, and efficiency gains, and also relying more on negative emission technologies to really meet the net zero target, and in our case, already 2030. What do we mean by that? We want to reduce at least 50% of our greenhouse gas emissions compared to the benchmark year of 2006. With this, we comply with the requirements of the Federal Administration of Climate Package of Switzerland. So we have a broader framework that we can adhere to, and this is, of course, also helpful to our strategy.
Thank you so much, Claudia, and congratulations on the launch of the Net Zero White Paper. And obviously, you have the best knowledge available almost on tap. So how do you move from science and knowledge to practical action? And what are the lessons learned for you in terms of the challenges and opportunities for really accelerating decisive action, because we have this climate countdown and the clock is ticking?
Yes. Well, first of all, of course, we can rely on the very big pool of experts and also really like outspoken persons who can really speak very well about the challenges. At the same time, we have, as I said, we have a campus that also allows us to function as test bed and living lab. For example, on the campus Hönkelberg, for already 10 years, we've been investing a lot in the energy grid for the cooling and heating system, which allowed us to halve the scope 1 emissions. And such investments, which account for about 40 million Swiss francs in the last 10 years, it's remarkable, but the effect is also really very visible. That means that the reduction pathway is already, we are on that pathway already. It started much earlier, of course, but what is also important to say is that also for us, the scope 3 emissions in our operations, they are very abundant, massive, I'd say, and they are, of course, much more than scope 1 and 2 emissions. And we have recently published, as I said, the scope 3 emissions. They account to 140,000 tons CO2 equivalents per year. It is massive. Not too many universities take this already into account in their climate balances, greenhouse gas balances. Most of them still focus on scope 1 and 2. For us, it was a first move to actually provide more transparency, to spur the discussion, to also to talk with each other, with our experts, with the staff that operate at ETH Zurich, with the students, of course, who have great ambitions also, that this institution is also providing something really special for society and for their future. So this is something where we have a big dialogue at the moment internally, and where we also need to define systems boundaries in order to find out where to take action first. A lot is going on, really. It's about bundling initiatives. It's about projects and processes to understand them better. It's about identifying best synergies to design next steps. And in that sense, it's really important to learn from each other, to learn with our peer universities. But as I said before, it's really important that we also collaborate with other sectors, and that we engage in the global discourse on sustainable development and decarbonization. And before the launch, it was mentioned that ICRC has collaboration with ETH Zurich and EPFL. These kind of collaborations are extremely helpful in finding common ground and pathways and making progress together.
Thank you so much, Claudia. Fascinating to see how you're using the campus as a lab in a way. And yes, scope 3 emissions, I think this is something we will talk about with other actors here. This is coming back. Everything we do when we buy supplies, not through your direct operations. And I think this is where the largest amount of emissions come from for your sectors. And yes, talking to each other. So that's great that you are with us today. Thank you for being a champion of climate action. I want to ask already now if there are questions from the audience or online. If you have questions for Claudia. Yes, there's one here. Is there a mic?
It's working? Yes, okay. No, I was just, because I'm an alumni of the World Food Systems Center at the ETH Zurich. So I know that there is a lot of projects that are happening, especially on the agri-food sector. And I would love to hear like just your point of view on how this research center is contributing to take action on climate change.
Yes, indeed. And food is a big topic. I know a lot of students are now asking for plant-based food at the cafeteria. So what's happening on food at ETH Zurich?
I'm very glad to speak about that, because food is so important for all of us. It's our main currency. We all need calories, and we also need good and healthy food. Initiated from the students already almost 10 years ago, we launched a climate program for our gastronomy. It is a program that has been there for a long time, and yes, there are now more vegetarian and vegan menus, both demanded and also supplied. That is one part. I mean, there is scope for more. But our gastro partners, it has been a collaborative project for a long time. So there are really these, we have to reconcile different, like diverse interests. And our gastro partners, for example, also often tell us, hey, we cannot announce vegetarian days very prominently because people would then not come to our cafeterias. So this is also something we have to take into account when talking about food, that here in Switzerland, we are used to having really a big food range and availability of food, which is of course also a privilege. Regarding the food research on food and nutrition, As you know, for example, Planted, the young startup Planted, it just won the Green Business Award of this year. A great also showcase, I think, for nutrition technology and implementation of new technologies in the food sector that is plant-based. We'd love to have this food also more often in our cafeterias. There is the cost factor, of course, related to that. In terms of science, we have a lot of interdisciplinary centers these days, also in our technical and also well-structured and disciplinary university, but with the competence centers, we really have the possibilities to pursue research that works against fragmentation, I'd say, and that also works towards synthesis in very important challenges, as you mentioned, as alumni from the World Food Systems Center. So this research is extremely important, and I think also the application and also the impact orientation of this research is very much in focus also still, and will be also in focus in the future.
Thank you so much, Claudia. And we were actually working also with the EAT Foundation for the UN Food Systems Summit. Maybe you've read also the Lancet Commission report on why we also need to change our diets, basically reducing meat consumption and eating more plants, more vegetables, more fruits, less sugar also. That's hard for me. But thank you so much, Claudia, for everything you're doing. And if you can stay with us for about 10 more minutes, in case there are more questions for you, I'd like to give the floor now to Laurie Marot. Laurie, you're joining from Paris. You are teaching at the École des Hautes Études en Santé Publique. And you're now also leading on the decarbonization plan for the health sector in France with the SHIFT project. I guess everybody knows the SHIFT project that was launched by Jean Covici. So Laurie, I know that in the health sector, about 70% of the carbon footprint actually comes from the medical products and equipments that doctors use for taking care of the patient. So this is quite a large part of the pie. How do you address these largest part of the pie, the 70% coming through the supply chain in the health sector in France?
Bonjour à toutes. Je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez.
Oui.
C'est bon?
Vous voulez que je répète la question en
On m'a donné
français?
le choix de parler en français, alors j'ai choisi pour aujourd'hui ce grand confort. Donc, je vais m'exprimer dans ma langue natale pour aujourd'hui. J'espère que ça va aller du côté de la traduction. Merci beaucoup pour votre présence. Ah oui, effectivement, le secteur de la santé, c'est pas forcément le premier secteur auquel on pense quand on pense décarbonation des systèmes d'une manière générale. Pourtant, on a évalué que le secteur était à peu près à 8% de l'empreinte nationale française dans les travaux qu'on a menés l'année dernière. Et c'est tout à fait significatif. Alors, il faut comprendre que, exactement comme les autres secteurs, la santé est fondée sur l'approvisionnement en énergie et en énergie abondante. Hein, c'est-à-dire qu'on va avoir beaucoup de mobilisation d'énergie fossile, notamment pour faire fonctionner le secteur de la santé, pour pouvoir produire, acheminer et livrer des soins aux patients dans l'intégralité du territoire, mais aussi bien sûr dans tous les pays du monde. Alors ça fonctionne effectivement très bien tant qu'on est dans une situation où l'énergie est abondante d'une part et où d'autre part elle ne pose pas de problèmes environnementaux. Et sur ces deux points, vous savez que ce n'est évidemment plus le cas désormais. Donc il y a des challenges importants et des leviers à mobiliser face à ça. Il y a bien sûr d'un côté des leviers techniques et d'un autre côté, on va retrouver des leviers qui vont être plus sociopolitiques, disons-le. Du côté des leviers techniques, il y a toute la question de l'ingénierie de la décarbonation. Donc là, on a regardé dans nos travaux comment on pouvait réussir à optimiser les systèmes de production, d'acheminement et de livraison des soins. On s'est beaucoup inspiré des travaux qui avaient déjà été menés par le groupe Healthcare Without Harm et également aussi par le NHS anglais, qui a amorcé les travaux de décarbonation du secteur de la santé depuis déjà 2009. Donc, pour nous, ça a été une grande aide. Et donc, on a effectivement regardé toutes les mesures, on va dire techniques de décarbonation qui pouvaient être associées à cela. Donc, ça, c'est d'un côté, on va avoir ce qui va concerner, par exemple, l'isolation des bâtiments, ce qui va concerner effectivement l'approvisionnement en alimentation, par exemple, les transports, mais également les pratiques qu'on va appeler de sobriété énergétique ou d'efficience énergétique dans les bâtiments, le traitement des déchets, ou encore même ce qu'on appelle le numérique durable aujourd'hui, qui prend une part de plus en plus grande dans la consommation énergétique des bâtiments hospitaliers, par exemple, aussi, et du système de santé. Donc, sur tous ces éléments, on a effectivement proposé des solutions qu'on va pouvoir nommer techniques. Mais quand on y regarde d'un peu plus près, on voit que ces solutions nous permettent de diminuer, en étant pragmatiques mais optimistes, d'à peu près 50% l'empreinte carbone du système de santé d'ici à 2050. Or, les engagements des accords de Paris, c'est moins 80% d'ici à 2050. Donc, il y a un vrai besoin d'aller chercher les 30% qui restent ailleurs. Donc, où aller chercher ces 30% ? Eh bien, du côté notamment des leviers politiques. Et là, on va voir qu'il y a la possibilité d'avoir des incitations et de la réglementation en faveur, en fait, d'une sorte de diminution de la demande de soins. Et ça, c'est travailler sur les enjeux, notamment de prévention et de promotion de la santé. Il y a aussi un gros enjeu sur la formation des individus. Là, ça vient d'être exposé par ma collègue juste avant, donc je ne vais pas revenir, mais c'est vrai que dans le secteur de la santé, d'une manière générale, les personnes ne sont pas forcément formées à ces enjeux climatiques pendant leur formation professionnelle, que ce soit pour devenir médecin ou pour devenir manager d'établissement, par exemple. Et donc ça, c'est un enjeu très important. Donc après, que peuvent faire les professionnels, eux, quand ils sont dans le feu de l'action, si je peux dire, en pratique? Eh bien, il faut effectivement regarder toute la chaîne d'approvisionnement qui est en fait, normalement, si c'est bien fait, la réponse aux besoins des pratiques professionnelles ou aux besoins de fonctionnement des établissements. Donc, revoir les pratiques, c'est aussi se poser des questions sur les besoins réels des systèmes de santé. Et donc ça passe effectivement par exemple, se demander si aujourd'hui on a besoin d'utiliser uniquement des dispositifs jetables ou si on peut utiliser éventuellement des dispositifs réutilisables. Donc ça, c'est une des dizaines de questions qu'on peut se poser quand on aborde cette question des pratiques. Il y a l'éco-conception des soins. Aujourd'hui, il y a beaucoup de soignants et de médecins qui travaillent pour permettre d'éco-concevoir des soins. Et également, il y a les enjeux de pertinence des soins, c'est-à-dire de construction de soins qui soient appropriés en évitant ce que McNeil, McGain et Sherman appelaient dans leur papier sur le système de santé soutenable, en évitant les soins inutiles ou les investigations inutiles. Donc voilà, il y a vraiment la possibilité de regarder, que ce soit sur les pratiques déjà existantes, sur des pratiques qui peuvent être optimisées ou sur l'amont de la chaîne, sur la question de la pertinence des soins, la possibilité pour les praticiens et les soignants donc d'aller un peu plus loin sur ces sujets. Et puis, si on remonte encore plus loin, il y a la question de la prévention et de la promotion de la santé. Et là, je reviens aux enjeux de formation, c'est-à-dire que les professionnels de santé et les médecins et le système de santé dans son ensemble a tout intérêt à considérer autrement le sujet de la prévention. Et une fois encore, hein, si on reprend les travaux scientifiques, un des premiers leviers pour décarboner le système de santé, c'est de le mobiliser moins et donc de travailler beaucoup sur des environnements qui soient favorables à la santé des individus. Et donc, comme le disait aussi la personne Claudia, juste avant moi, de pouvoir travailler avec différents secteurs de l'industrie, parce qu'en fait, être en bonne santé ne dépend pas uniquement du secteur de la santé, mais dépend aussi de notre logement, de notre alimentation, de la façon que nous avons de nous déplacer, etc. etc. Donc voilà, c'est un peu les...
Merci beaucoup, Laurie. C'est vraiment passionnant, donc les leviers techniques, mais aussi sociopolitiques. Et on voit que vous parlez finalement d'une transformation systémique du secteur de la santé avec plus de prévention. Finalement, un peu comme l'énergie, la meilleure énergie, c'est celle qu'on ne consomme pas. Peut-être les meilleures interventions médicales, c'est celles qu'on n'a pas besoin de faire, avec plus de prévention et de formation. Qu'est-ce que vous retenez finalement de votre expérience en termes de levier d'action? Quelles sont les opportunités, les freins, les 2 ou 3 recommandations que vous aimeriez partager avec les autres acteurs ici sur le plateau?
Alors, je pense que un des leviers d'action importants, c'est de connaître le problème à traiter. Et aujourd'hui, souvent, il n'est pas, on va dire, il n'est pas totalement rare, mais il n'est pas non plus très fréquent que les établissements aient fait de façon systématique leur bilan carbone et sur l'ensemble des scopes. Vous savez que le bilan carbone est découpé en 3 scopes, avec les 2 premiers qui sont les émissions, on va dire, directes, production d'électricité, et le 3e qui va regrouper notamment les transports, l'alimentation, les déchets, le numérique, etc. etc. Donc souvent, quand on regarde en plus les bilans carbone des établissements de santé, on s'aperçoit qu'ils regardent juste les émissions directes. Donc on a vraiment besoin d'avoir de la visibilité sur ces émissions, d'une part pour déjà avoir la vision la plus juste de où proviennent nos émissions et être conscient du fait qu'on participe activement au réchauffement climatique dans le secteur de la santé aussi. Et d'autre part, aussi pour se rendre compte de sa propre vulnérabilité. Le bilan carbone, c'est presque une traduction directe de la consommation d'énergie fossile. Donc finalement, quand on sait qu'on émet beaucoup, ça veut dire que quelque part, on a consommé beaucoup d'énergie fossile, et cette énergie fossile, en plus, dans la majorité des cas, elle ne vient pas d'Europe. Donc c'est une dépendance par rapport à l'extérieur. Donc il y a un vrai enjeu stratégique à la connaissance. Ensuite, en levier, on peut aussi utiliser le levier de la réglementation pour essayer d'inciter fortement à cette transparence partout. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, par exemple, il est assez difficile de connaître ce qu'on appelle les analyses de cycle de vie des produits pharmaceutiques, par exemple, des produits médicamenteux ou des dispositifs médicaux. Donc ça, c'est quelque chose qui est assez opaque, dont on n'a pas forcément la connaissance. Et donc là, l'idée, ça serait peut-être de dire, on autorise à mettre sur le marché uniquement des médicaments pour lesquels on connaît les analyses de cycle de vie ou les médicaments pour lesquels on connaît le bilan carbone. Et comme ça nous permet d'avoir de la visibilité sur ces sujets-là. Donc ça, c'est des premiers points. Aussi, pousser à la formation, hein, je reviens sur ce sujet qui me paraît important, voire quand on est dans une logique de recrutement, recruter des personnes dans les hôpitaux, dans les établissements de santé, qui ont envie de s'intéresser à la question climatique et environnementale. Souvent, ça peut mobiliser des personnes qui étaient jusqu'à présent silencieuses sur le sujet ou discrètes et leur permettre d'évoluer à l'intérieur de l'établissement et de monter des projets qui se reflètent de façon tout à fait concrète dans beaucoup d'hôpitaux aujourd'hui. Donc voilà, il y a plusieurs possibilités pour aborder le sujet à différents niveaux en fonction de là où on se trouve.
Merci beaucoup, Laurie, et encore bravo pour être une championne de l'action climatique dans le secteur de la santé en France. Donc, on voit, le BABA, c'est le bilan carbone, mais pour les émissions du scope 1 et 2, c'est peut-être facile. Pour le scope 3 des émissions indirectes, c'est plus compliqué. L'intervention des pouvoirs publics, quand même, la réglementation, on n'y arrivera pas seul. Et puis la formation. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions pour Laurie, soit dans la salle, soit en ligne? Je crois que c'est Sonia qui s'occupe des questions en ligne. Non, pas de questions en ligne. Alors dans la salle, peut-être? Quelqu'un voudrait poser une question? Alors, si pas de questions, on va tout de suite passer à Ronald Lavater. So, Ronald, back to you. You are the CEO of the International Hospital Federation. So you get to learn about many different contexts and experiences around the world. Can you tell us the story of maybe one or two hospitals that have been the pioneers, any success stories that we can learn from?
Sure, and thank you for inviting me here. So just as a reference and a check, I'm not a climate expert or sustainability expert. I'm a former hospital administrator that joined IHF just 2 years ago. And what we saw at IHF was a knowledge gap within our membership, so hospital leaders across the globe. And that's led us to developing the Geneva Sustainability Center. And this Geneva Sustainability Center is focused on the leadership aspects of bringing institutions to be managed in a sustainable way, because we saw that gap. And so you asked me about some examples. There's certainly many examples across the globe, institutions that have been doing this for decades. And I'll mention maybe one or two, but I think it's important to also realize that it comes down to leadership. Within the hospital business, it's a very fragmented business, even in systems like the NHS in England, where you would think it would be much more controlled across one platform. There's still a lot of fragmentation. You can see that in the way care is delivered in all countries. So it's no different around fighting sustainability or really managing your facility in an environmentally sustainable way. So what we want to do is at the Geneva Sustainability Center is one, create awareness, and then two, give practical advice and solutions to hospital leaders, hospital C-suites across the globe so they can take action in their local context, right? Because everybody's going to have a little bit of a different approach. Someone will actually have local regulations, others won't. And if you really think about the people who are running hospitals, and I can say this because I'm a recovering hospital executive, they get to that position and they get very much internally focused on running their operation in their community. But fighting climate change, as everyone in this room knows, actually takes a lot of collaboration. Right. So collaboration is a big part of that leadership journey. So a couple of good examples. In the United States, Boston Medical Center in Boston has went down this journey for over a decade, and they've looked at how sustainability is impacting their local community and looking just past what they can do about decarbonization, but also looking at some of the social and economic impacts of healthcare delivery. We also have a great example here in Geneva at Sujet, large, big facility, 12,000 employees, huge energy consumption, building built 50 plus years ago, sitting in the middle of downtown. Well, the leadership there has recognized that sustainability is important for them, even though they're going to have a lot of limitations on the physical plant. But there's a lot of things that they can do. So that leadership element, it really is coming in clear. And then, other hospitals around the globe are taking the steps by creating sustainability officers, by talking about it with their boards, their governance structure, because if you don't bring the board along, then you're not going to have the support, especially on a multi-year plan, and also anything that creates a capital requirement. And so I would say the best examples are coming from just really good hospital leadership teams that see the awareness, understand that collaboration is going to be part of the solution, and then take practical steps within their organization, how they can impact and reduce their carbon footprint.
Thank you so much. So leadership is crucial, walking the talk at the very top, CEO, directors, board of directors, making sure climate is on the agenda of board meetings. And how do you make sure the employees are also getting on board? If you were running a hospital yourself, you know that you have to get the staff on board. How do you do that?
Well, in many cases, the staff are in front of the hospital administration teams. Because in many facilities, there is an influx of younger people coming in to work. And, you know, I'm going to be age discriminated because I'm now in the 55 plus or 55 age group. So I'm not young anymore, but the younger people coming in see the impact of the carbon footprint of hospitals and are actually looking towards their leaders in the facilities that do things. And so when I talk to hospital administrators around the globe, and they're challenged with many different things, scarcity of workforce, scarcity of financial tools, all of these. Sustainability needs to continue to be on the top of their to-do list. And part of that is saying, if you want to have the good workforce, if you want to retain your workforce, you need to be an employer that recognizes that sustainability is part of what you have to do. And the employees are looking toward that. And healthcare has trailed in many aspects from different sectors. Technology is one of them, or the use of a digital medical record. We're still fighting about the use of a digital medical record and sharing that information across borders in different formats, where the financial markets have fixed that decades ago, right? So healthcare does lag, and I think they're lagging in environmental sustainability and really, addressing that. Though there's some good examples, and I think that it's going to be driven a lot by the new employees coming in. And I think it's a great example how it's coming from the bottom up.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting indeed. The younger nurses and doctors then feel that this is also giving a meaning to their job and that they're doing their part by addressing the climate crisis also on their workplace. Mm-hmm. So the other topic we have here on our list is how do you combine mitigation and resilience? And obviously, resilience is not only an issue for Senegal or Bangladesh, it's also an issue here now in Switzerland, where we have heat waves, and in the US, they have storms and hurricanes and all kinds of natural disasters. So how do you see that it's complementary, that it shouldn't be one without the other, putting solar panels on the roof, but also adapting your hospitals to a changing climate?
Yeah, and again, I apologize, I'm not an expert in sustainability, but I don't think it's a win or lose between resilience and then reducing your carbon footprint. I think smart leadership teams at facilities can do both. And I also think that, the organization or the hospitals in low resource countries can still do both, because resiliency has a lot of implications of also reducing, your energy consumption and your carbon footprint and so on. So we don't see it as one or the other. And we're also, as we develop our materials to help build awareness and also, educate hospital leaders, we're not separating the two, that you have to do one or the other. So we try to combine it and really motivate the leadership teams to, one, don't recreate the wheel, right? I mean, that's such an easy term to say, but, there's good examples across the globe. And that's also part of our mission, is to make sure that we are bringing good examples to our members, to the International Hospital Federation's members, so they can look at what other institutions are doing in different locations.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ronald from the room or from the panelists as well? Laurie, you're working in the same sector.
And I'll add that Laurie's been helpful. She's actually looked at one of the products from the Geneva Sustainability Center. So thank you, Laurie, for doing that. It's a maturity diagnostic tool that we're putting together to launch to hospitals across the globe early next year.
Excellent. So I have a question for both of you, Laurie and Ronald. How far do you think the hospitals are in their transformation, and what is really needed to accelerate this transformation for hospitals? What are the top 2 or 3 keys to the fast transformation of the sector, you think?
Laurie, you want go ahead. Go. Tell us about France. What's going to motivate the French?
Qu'est-ce qui motive les Français? Ça, c'est une très grande question, de manière générale. Je pense que dans les hôpitaux français, en tout cas, la transformation a commencé. Elle n'a pas commencé partout de la même façon et elle dépend beaucoup des personnes et de leur motivation. Mais aujourd'hui, il y a un mouvement de fond qui est visible parce que on commence à avoir au niveau régional des associations qui se créent spécifiquement pour travailler sur ces enjeux. Et au niveau national, on a une agence de la performance, la NAP, de la performance des établissements qui a proposé un accompagnement pour la soutenabilité des hôpitaux et les questions environnementales. Et ils ont reçu en quelques semaines environ 500 demandes d'établissements. Donc, ça a été un grand succès, cette proposition. Et donc, on sent que les hôpitaux attendaient d'être accompagnés sur ces sujets-là. Donc, il y a quelque chose qui se passe. Et évidemment, la question de la peur de la pénurie des ressources énergétiques est aussi quelque chose qui a, je pense, accéléré cette volonté de transition, car aujourd'hui, les établissements ne sont pas protégés, notamment face à la montée des prix. Et donc, ils ont un intérêt stratégique majeur. Alors, d'une part, parce qu'ils sont très concernés en tant qu'établissement de santé. Les conséquences du changement climatique, c'est les établissements qui les récupèrent. D'autre part, parce qu'ils commencent à voir les conséquences. Je connais des établissements qui ont dû fermer des blocs opératoires pendant des canicules. Je connais des établissements qui ont eu les ascenseurs qui ont été en panne pendant des canicules ou des établissements qui ont été noyés par les eaux. Et ce sont des choses nouvelles. Donc, le deuxième point, c'est qu'il y a des conséquences très concrètes du réchauffement climatique en France aujourd'hui. Et effectivement, après, il y a l'enjeu de réduction lié aux engagements nationaux et à cette volonté des salariés, des soignants, d'être en cohérence avec leurs valeurs et de pouvoir agir de manière écologique à l'intérieur de leurs établissements. Mais la grande difficulté, juste un dernier point, quand on est en situation de crise sanitaire comme le Covid-19, par exemple, à la fois, on se rend compte qu'il y a un problème avec l'environnement et la santé, et dans le même temps, si on réagit uniquement face à la crise, dans l'action, on n'est pas forcément dans une logique de long terme. Or, les politiques environnementales, ce sont des politiques de long terme. Et donc, c'est pour ça qu'il y a besoin de formation et d'accompagnement pour soutenir ces volontés.
Merci beaucoup. En effet, la transformation a commencé, c'est un mouvement de fond et on voit que c'est les générations futures aussi, les plus jeunes qui nous poussent à aller plus loin. Moi, je suis témoin puisque mes enfants me demandent sans arrêt d'arrêter la voiture, de prendre le train, le vélo. Mais on voit que c'est pas facile, en particulier en situation de crise, quand on a des réflexes un peu de survie. Comment on arrive à connecter la gestion de crise entre la crise de fin du mois, la crise de long terme, la crise environnementale, la crise sanitaire, qui sont pourtant très liées, puisqu'on sait qu'en détruisant la biodiversité et les écosystèmes, on met en danger aussi la santé humaine, que la santé planétaire et la santé humaine sont très, très liées. And what would be your top lessons learned, Ronald, that you'd like to share?
I think one of the top lessons that I would like to reiterate, and Lori touched on this a little bit, that climate change has a direct impact to the health of the community. And hospitals are there in existence to care for their communities. They've acted in the past and historically as places where you go because you're sick. And we've had many years and decades of shifting that to more value-based, where you're looking at the health of the community before they get sick. So I think there is an evolution that's happening that's connecting the negative impact of the environmental changes to health. That's also reinforcing the motivation of healthcare leaders or hospital leaders to take an active role in reducing their contribution to their carbon footprint. And I think that's helping as well. And then it comes down to, it's leadership. The folks running these institutions have a lot of authority and a lot of power. They're buying the equipment, they're buying the supplies. if they can start to change some of their practices, it has a huge impact. And if they can continue to collaborate with their healthcare hospital partners in the community, it also has a much stronger impact.
Thank you so much. Indeed, hospitals as also a center for the community, and obviously climate is linked to social issues, especially in the US. Actually, social justice is climate justice is important because the most vulnerable communities and minorities are also being more impacted by climate change, and including from air pollution. So thank you so much. What about the leadership? You really talked about the leadership. So Carl, what about the leadership of CEOs of companies? You're the climate policy director for the Women Business Coalition. We had Maria Mendiluce with us this morning. So what can the humanitarian sector learn from the private sector in terms of decarbonization plans?
Excellent. Thanks, Elise, for the great question. And first of all, thank you to the Climate Action Accelerator for this invitation on behalf of the Women Business Coalition. So yes, as you mentioned, there's been a lot of progress, you could say, from the private sector on taking commitments for addressing emissions, right? We've seen sort of lots and lots of progress since the Paris Agreement just a few years ago. Initiatives like Science-Based Targets Initiative, initiatives like Race to Zero, Business Ambition for 1.5, these have really pushed the envelope in terms of what companies, very often CEOs themselves, have been pledging in terms of commitments for net zero for their companies in a longer term trajectory, but also in terms of intermediate commitments as well. What we're seeing now is really a shift in focus, right? I think for a long time, the focus was really about getting those commitments from companies, getting CEOs to sign up to pledges for 1.5, getting companies, CSOs, etc., talking about their companies, how the company has worked to develop the targets, etc. We're in an era now where talking about commitments or setting commitments is simply not enough, right? And I think now we're really in an era where leadership from business is about ambition, it's about setting ambition. But as the Women Business Coalition has developed through its Climate Leadership Now program, it talks about setting ambition, putting it into action, another A there, talking about the commitments and how you've got there, so the advocacy side of things. And most importantly of all, now we're seeing accountability, the fourth A coming out, extremely important. So it's really across the four A's of ambition, action, advocacy, and accountability that climate leadership from business is now being measured. And as we all know, I mean, it's been an incredible event already now. I've learned already a lot. We all know that the IPCC report and the 1.5 degree objective will not be achieved if government tries to do it alone. If one sector tries to do it alone, a business tries to do it alone, we really need this collaboration across systems, across sectors, across all dimensions of society to get us on board with 1.5. And to be able to do this, the private sector has been working for a long time. We're privileged to work with some of the leading companies at the global level to work in a collaborative way to set these targets, but also to try and understand, how to make these targets more credible, to make sure that they reflect the highest level of science-based data, make sure that they're at the level of environmental integrity, that really represents the shift to 1.5.
So Carl, I'm hearing you're saying there's a lot of progress and more ambition, but what about action? Because we all know that the emissions are still rising. So how do you actually accelerate real action on the ground in the private sector?
Yeah, so this is actually what the Women Business Coalition is really focusing on now, is how to translate these commitments into concrete action. Not in individual sectors, but really trying to focus on this system-based approach and understanding where collaboration across sectors and systems can work. I think one of the incredible opportunities we've seen arise in recent years is how to tap the potential of investors, right? How to tap the potential of who controls where money is flowing. I think we know that, as was mentioned earlier, we're in an era where policy structures, frameworks are still not conducive to investment in the right way. We see massive amounts of fossil fuel subsidies still channeling public monies in the wrong way. And we still see investors focusing most of their efforts on profit-based investments, right? And I think looking to the future, we need to understand where investments need to be channeled to ensure that they represent the highest level of environmental integrity, that they recognize the climate opportunities, but also the risks associated with the climate. And that's why our coalition, one of the key messages that we're bringing into the policy space is to call for mandatory disclosure of climate risks and opportunities by companies, to send this investment signal out into the investor community as well, so that the monies can actually start flowing. But this doesn't stop there, right? I think what we need to see is also companies themselves understanding where their actions need to be taken. And I think, some of the speakers before me have already touched upon the importance of not only scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, which are very often, the emissions that a country can control within their own operations, whether it is, factory emissions, whether it is emissions coming from the way they use energy, but also these scope 3 emissions, which are in many cases far larger than the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions of companies. And in many sectors, some companies simply don't yet understand how to measure or how to manage these emissions yet. So I think we're seeing a lot of progress in terms of the modalities for companies to measure these emissions, also the benefits that companies get from understanding where their emissions are and scale the scope 3, whether they're downstream or upstream, and also the benefits in terms of trying to influence their supply chains, because as we know, building resilience in supply chains is actually extremely important to companies, and the companies across supply chains that are taking important commitments on climate mitigation and resilience are the ones that are going to be able to withstand these important impacts going forward.
So indeed, the supply chain and the scope 3 emissions, it's always coming back, because that's about 3/4 of the emissions in the health sector, in the humanitarian sector as well. So what is the leverage point? What would be your advice to directors of hospitals or CEOs of humanitarian organizations? What is the leverage point to make sure your suppliers are also walking the talk? How do you make it happen?
Yeah, I mean, there are different ways that companies can do this. We know that multinationals, but also major companies or major representatives of sectors have an important role to influence their supply chain. We know that this can be done also to the way suppliers behave, their operations, the way they invest, etc. What we are seeing now is that major companies, also through some initiatives that our coalition runs, like for example the supply chain leaders for 1.5, which includes major companies like Unilever, IKEA, and several others. They're looking to understand how they can develop these levers to incentivize companies to decarbonize their supply chains, ranging from penalty-based aspects to how they develop procurement contracts to reward-based levers, etc. And even let's take one of them, for example, in terms of leveraging procurement. We know that major companies are including within their procurement clauses on carbon reduction, decarbonization criteria, mandating the supply chain companies to report on carbon. And as this expands, and if we have this critical mass of companies, major multinationals that are constantly requesting these from supply chains, where the opportunity for steamrolling across different sectors is huge. We can also see other more regulatory or performance-related aspects relating to carbon pricing or encouraging pay for performance. So there are different ways that these companies can incentivize, and we see this happening across different sectors.
Thank you, Carl. Any questions from the audience or from the panelists? Any questions you may have? Here? Okay, so there are two questions, one here and one there.
Thanks. Is it working? Yeah. I have a question regarding the supply, because I believe in health sector, it's very regulated, especially for drugs at least. You can't just decide to buy another drugs because only a few are actually allowed in the country, and then the active ingredients to produce them are very in short supply. You can't really decide that the producer of an API in China isn't good because there's only one of them. How do you actually manage that? Because I guess it goes beyond even the pay scale of the director of the hospital to be allowed to buy X or Y product.
So that's maybe more for Ronald or Laurie. So you can't buy anything, you have to meet certain standards. So.
Yeah, you certainly have, every country that I know of will have certain regulations on drugs and medical equipment, what they allow in the country and so on. But you've got a lot of influence as a hospital CEO because you're buying, 10,000 items or more if you're running a large hospital. So it's you can start to isolate one or two. You say you have to buy it, and you can't push that manufacturer to change. But I would look at where you do have that influence of buying, one set of Band-Aids versus another set of Band-Aids or different products, especially from manufacturers that are taking environmental sustainability seriously.
Laurie, would you agree with that? That les directeurs d'hôpitaux ont beaucoup d'influence sur ce qu'ils peuvent acheter ou pas acheter comme produit?
Oui, il y a tout à fait. Alors, d'une part, il y a une marge de manœuvre du côté de la direction hospitalière. Et d'autre part, il y a une marge de manœuvre aussi du côté national. Il me semble que en Angleterre, le NHS a demandé la transparence sur les bilans carbone pour les achats de médicaments à partir de 2020, j'ai peur de me tromper, 24, 26, je ne sais plus exactement. Donc, on ne pourra acheter dans les achats, les commandes publiques notamment, que des produits pharmaceutiques ou des dispositifs qui auront leur bilan carbone affiché. Donc, il est quand même possible, en tout cas, d'accéder à plus de transparence sur les achats des produits pharmaceutiques et des dispositifs médicaux par la réglementation également. Et puis, il y a un dernier point qu'on n'a pas évoqué, qui est celui de la relocalisation d'une partie de la production. Et c'est un enjeu très stratégique, là, pour le coup, et pas simple du tout, mais qui commence à être envisagé par une partie des pays, enfin, notamment en France, en tout cas. C'est un sujet qui commence à être discuté.
Merci. Donc, la réglementation évolue. Il y a aussi une relocalisation. Est-ce qu'il y avait aussi encore une question?
There was one question from the chat.
Yes.
Which is specifically about, you talked before about the role of leaders and which competencies are needed. And it was, the question was which competencies of leaders are needed to also manage the impact of climate change and even climate breakdown?
So, leaders or leadership competencies is a field on its own. And I don't want to start to say that I would give you expert advice on which one, except I think the element of a leader to be able to collaborate across sectors and be able to navigate the complexity of a system to really make changes that are outside of her institution itself is a different competency skill set. Because you have to see the bigger picture and the bigger environment. And I think the best leaders, the most influential leaders can run, make sure that her hospital's running efficiently, but then also be able to navigate the political environment and also maybe talk to a competing hospital within the same community if they want to have influence on really changing the dynamics on environmental sustainability.
Thank you so much. Looking at the big picture in a more systemic way, very important. One more question, and then we're going to turn to you. I think there's a lady that, yeah.
Hello. Yeah, Catherine, I'm working for the ICRC. I have a question for you. The humanitarian sector, I think one of the issues that's on our mind is really how we finance the climate action that we do. And not necessarily our usual ways of financing are actually conducive to this. And I'm just wondering whether there's, from the business sector, any experience that you can share that could be helpful for us. Thank you.
Funding. How do you fund the decarbonization of your hospital or your campus? Any answers to that? Hard topic. I know it's going to be the topic of the next panel as well, but no? Bruno, you have some clue?
Question was to Carl Villa.
Carl, okay.
Thanks,
It's easier on the side of companies that have a large income, but well.
I just make 2 points. I actually had a small reply also to the previous question on leadership on sustainability and climate action. I think what we hear a lot from some of the leaders that we work with and the CEOs is that very often the leap to take these commitments requires a lot of courage, right? And I think courage is sort of one of these features that is not necessarily in everyone, right? But it can be nurtured, and we see it from a lot of leaders that are in the space that have understood their their obligations or want to make a change, and they're willing to stick their neck out there and really try and make a difference. So we really encourage everybody a little bit in the room to go back and try and understand how they also can become leaders in their space, in their organizations, in their businesses by taking courage and taking hold of some of these issues. On financing climate action, I think, from a private sector perspective, obviously, action on climate change or sustainability on food systems, etc., always requires a business case, right? And I think for businesses, a very important part of building the business case is increasing not only about profitability, but also about building resilience in the long time and understanding not only where the role of the company is in terms of private livelihoods to its employees or profit, etc., but also understanding more and more the role of the company in society as an ecosystem as a whole. So I think channeling the finance towards sustainability issues is also about bringing sustainability into the boardroom, not keeping it as a sideshow, right? But bringing it into the company strategy, into the corporate strategy, and making it part of the business case and the future of the company as a whole.
Thank you so much. There's also a very interesting initiative called 1% for the Planet. Maybe you heard about it. The CEO of Patagonia started it. And it's basically companies committing to giving 1% of their income to climate action. So that's also very interesting. Maybe something to explore if the women business partners could fund some of these humanitarian organizations to decarbonize their sector. So really trying to think about innovative mechanisms as well is very important. Okay, so last but not least, we have now Mr. Jean-Pierre Raymond. So we're coming back home now. You are the executive director of 2050 Today. So your role is really to transform the Geneva ecosystem, l'ecosystème de Genève. We have a lot of UN permanent missions, NGOs, banks as well, many different actors, so international organizations, obviously. So the organizations that are joining 2050 Today, what is their commitment and how do they make it happen again with real action?
Thank you, Elise. First of all, I'm very glad to be here, and I would like to congratulate Bruno and his team, Climate Action Accelerator, because we have started somehow this global initiative to be active here in Geneva and beyond together. So it's a great pleasure to be here. Now, what's about 2050 Today? Maybe, first of all, let's come back a little bit on the title that we have today, Countdown. Countdown means that we have an amount of time in front of us. At some point, it will be over. And I don't know how many of you are aware that this countdown is not 2050. It's less than 7 years. In less than 7 years, we will have exhausted completely the carbon budget and reached 1.5 degrees. So now we are coming back to 2050 today. What does it mean, 2050 today? I mean, it's beautiful to have a strategy for 2050 to go by net zero by 2050, but we will never be there by net zero if we continue to act as we do. So it's today that it's important. And it's precisely the message we give to International Geneva. Here is a place where the whole world, humanity meets to improve the state of the world, to make it a better world, a more just world. What's about our current action? Are we up to the level? Are we exemplary? Do we implement the principle that somehow we preach to the rest of the world? And obviously, I have to be frank with you, the answer is not, at least not yet. So that's why we have invited the Swiss Confederation first, and now also the canton, the city of Geneva, and the University of Geneva to implement this message here and to be credible by being 2050 today. So by implementing what we preach now. So first commitment is to be transparent. it has been said several times, first thing to do is to know where you are. So to know your emissions. And let's be realistic, most of the entities that are here are not aware of what are the emissions. So this commitment to be transparent, it's important. So to measure your emission and to make it known, because it's the best way to address climate change is to be transparent. It has been said several times that if we have disclosure, we can advance. But this disclosure should be universal. It should not just be some products. So if we implement this message to all of us, be it international organizations, permanent missions, NGOs, civil society entities, international enterprises, and make it known, because somehow we are all in the same boat. Nobody is doing anything really good. We are all, unfortunately, emitting CO2. So let's be transparent and make it known and make it regularly, because if you make your CO2 disclosure every 10 years, I mean, it's like if you like your financial account. I don't think your bank will be very happy if you visit them only 10 years and you give some money on your account. Second commitment is to make cooperation. I mean, if we want to succeed in this huge challenge, we have to work all together. The time for competition is just over. We have no time for it. So let's work together. A small mission like Fiji can work with WHO. It can work with CERN. I mean, small, big, medium, we should all work together to find solutions. And third commitment is to live by example. So to preach is fine, but what's about reality? I mean, here in Geneva, you have seen, we have beautiful streets, but how many bicycles have you seen? I think if you come when we have big conferences, you will see more cars with driver than bicycles. And I don't think this is a message we have to give.
Excellent. And again, collaboration, and we believe in radical collaboration, working as one team for one planet, walking the talk. And actually, I would love to visit the UN Permanent Mission of Egypt together with you, because we met them a couple of weeks ago preparing for COP27 in Egypt. And I think it would be quite interesting to know what they're doing on climate as, you know, COP27 presidency as well. And yes, walking the talk, actually, I was working with Ambassador Khan when she had the COP23 presidency, and we could see all these diplomats, you know, driving cars or having their chauffeur, their driver, taking them everywhere. So it would be interesting to find an ambassador in Geneva who is bold enough to go around Geneva by bike. And I'm a big fan. I have an e-bike. Actually, I came by bike, but maybe finding a few pioneers again. Would that work? Or
yes, there are a few ones. It's not yet the majority, but be sure we are.
Which country? Tell us. Which ambassadors?
When you see one well dressed on a bike, you will quite quickly understand which one. So, but there is still some improvement to be done. Maybe another element that I think it's important here also to give the message. We all think that we can somehow solve the problem by organizing it at the top level. We have spoken about the management, about how we can have governments being here. But at the end of the day, it's all of us, because as it has been mentioned by the IPCC, around 70% of our emission is just us. It's nobody else. So the way we live, the way somehow we behave, it's our footprint. Just to give you a small example, here we have a smartphone. I don't know how many of you have an idea of what the footprint of this phone. In fact, it's 100 times its weight. So it means that every year, more or less, we buy some, I mean, let's say the humanity, 1 billion of smartphones. You can imagine how much CO2 is emitted. But who is aware of it? I mean, almost nobody. So in my view, carbon disclosure, as I mentioned before, should be the first things to be done if we want to succeed. Because when you buy a product, you know what's the cost, and you decide somehow about the quality, but factor number one is the cost. Can you afford it or not? It's quite simple. For CO2, we have just no clue. We just consume, and we imagine nothing will happen. Unfortunately, it's a catastrophe. So if we can have this universal disclosure, and I think our colleague from Women Business should make it mandatory. If you want to be part of a coalition, first thing you have to do is to disclose your CO2 footprint and make it on every single product. Because when we can measure it, we can really manage it. And now I come to a final point, because you said it's time to conclude. And I think I have no silver bullet, because we are all in this huge challenge. But in my view, and here in International Geneva, I think we can make a change, because we have all the partners here around. We have finance, we have commerce, we have WTO, we have health. I mean, we are all here. I mean, the whole world is here. So we can make a change. And my proposal would be to have and to work for very rapid carbon tax. Because if we want to have enough money, enough means to help all these poor people that are suffering because of the high industrialized country, we need to finance it. And the only way, especially nowadays, because we have a crisis, as you can see, it's to make it universal. So you will say, okay, no, it's unjust. We have seen the crisis, Gilets jaunes in France, it was a disaster. But of course it was a disaster, because you said only one category, the drivers will pay for it. No, every single one that is consuming something, first of all, should be aware of the CO2 footprint, and second, to pay for it. Because there is a big difference.
I think we have to go to Fabienne Fischer to convince her to implement the carbon tax.
Absolutely. I mean, everyone. And you can implement even on your own. Any company can decide, let's add a carbon tax internal. You don't need any regulation on what you do. And so you will have the real price. Because as far as we are not aware of the price we impose on nature, we will be very less efficient than if we do it. And this morning we had the clear example, energy efficiency, suddenly it means something. Why? Because it costs. And so it's the same for CO2.
Yes, so we go back to the point that was made in the opening plenary, that less is better. And that means a really systemic transformation of our mindset as well. So thank you so much. I don't think we have much time for more questions, but we can continue the conversation during the coffee break. And let's see now also, I heard that Geneva and Zurich were bidding to host the Climate COP in 2031. So that would be then a very interesting way of getting the ecosystem together to prepare for a climate neutral COP in 2031. Let's see if Switzerland is winning the bid. Thank you so much, everyone, and enjoy the coffee break. I think you come back here around 3:30 for the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Is this on? Can you hear me? Hello, everyone. We're going to start again. If everyone can take their place. On va reprendre si vous faites tous et toutes prendre votre place. Ce serait super. Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Can you hear me? It's good? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to this third and final panel of today's event. Speak louder. Okay. Can you hear me better now? No. Let's see if I can change. Is this better? Yes. No. Okay. So our third and final panel for today is entitled A Strategic Tool for Acceleration, Building a Roadmap for Aid Organizations. And my name is Alexa LeBlanc. I'm in charge of partnerships and mobilization of resources at the Climate Action Accelerator. Very happy to be here with you and to be surrounded by very interesting panelists that I will introduce to you in just a moment. Prior to that, I'd just like to introduce the theme of today's discussion. As we heard this morning, most of the day from the discussion, aid workers are really at the forefront to witness the human impacts of the climate crisis. Right? But there are also several organizations that are leading the way and taking concrete steps to address the environmental impacts of their activities. Many more, to date, 316 organizations have committed to addressing the threats of climate change, as well as reducing greenhouse gas emissions when they signed the Climate and Environmental Charter that was initiated by the ICRC that we've heard of repeatedly today. Furthermore, a group of humanitarian aid donors have signed a declaration on climate and environment. This was adopted in March of this year, and this engages donors and governments in creating a humanitarian system that addresses climate and environmental risks, including increasing efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It's better? Okay, it looks like we're having a problem with the mic. Excuse me. Were you able to hear me so far? Yes, okay. These donors have agreed to increasing efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to help achieve the Paris Agreement targets. And this doesn't mean, though, that all of the commitments we've been talking about are yet being transformed into concrete action. Some are, and we were very pleased and glad to hear that some organizations are really moving forward on this. But what we've noticed at the Climate Action Accelerator, we've observed that many organizations are in fact quite unprepared, don't feel resourced enough or equipped enough to address the challenges of cutting their emissions by half by 2030. So to respond to their needs and in order to contribute to accelerating the transition of the aid sector, at the CAA, we've planned on launching a one-year project aimed at producing a generic roadmap that will enable the aid sector to cut in half its carbon emissions. This will build on the CAA's experience, accompanying 15 organizations that have to adopt and implement their own individual roadmaps. And the generic roadmap will offer practical guidance to all aid organizations on how to reduce their carbon emissions while not hindering their capacity to support populations in need. At the same time, the generic roadmap will look at the sector as a whole and identify options and levers for policymakers to enable and incentivize this transition. Our aim in publishing this generic roadmap is to help the sector urgently reach a tipping point and find ways to switch from incremental to exponential action. The roadmap will take a form of a playbook, providing readers with macro analysis of current sectoral trends, as well as high-level solutions, costs and trajectories modeling, with practical guidelines on how to outline achievable goals, set interim targets, identify solutions, and plan for action. It will include a set of technical and operational lessons learned, quick wins, good practices, and successes that will serve as inspiration for others. A first version of this generic roadmap will be released at the end of 2023. So it will be a year-long process. But this first iteration will be augmented on a regular basis as empirical data becomes increasingly available. And so to achieve this ambitious objective, the Climate Action Accelerator will gather a pool of experts over the next 12 months who will provide technical advice, challenge our assumptions, and make them stronger. Furthermore, a high-level panel composed of senior representatives and thought leaders from 8 organizations, donors, governments, as well as climate experts will also be convened. The high-level panel will provide strategic steering and galvanize mobilization around the roadmap. And to help us reflect on this generic roadmap, we are very honored to have with us today representatives of several governmental institutions that provide substantial funding to the aid sector, as well as organizations that have developed roadmaps for other sectors. So in person, we are extremely lucky to have with us, and I'm very happy to have Janine Kuriger, who is head of the Division of the Global Program on Climate Change and Environment at the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, the SDC, of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs. Welcome.
Thank you.
We are also very happy to have with us Predrag Avramovic, who is head of the Humanitarian and Migration section at the EU in Geneva, and who will speak today on behalf of DG ECHO. Welcome, and thank you so much for braving the rain on his bike just before coming. I'm very happy to have you with us.
Thank you.
We will also have online Josh Carliner, who is Director of Global Partnerships at Healthcare Without Harm, who's joining us from San Francisco at a very early hour for him. Thank you so much for being with us, Josh.
Good morning.
Good morning. We will also have Johan Falk, who's here with us online from Stockholm. He is the co-founder and head of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative and Senior Innovation Fellow at the Stockholm Resilience Center. Welcome, Johan.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to be here. Thanks.
Et nous avons aussi la chance d'avoir avec nous depuis Paris Carole Bresson du Centre des opérations humanitaires et de stabilisation, le CDCS, au ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères de la France. Merci d'être avec nous et bienvenue, Carole.
Merci, bonjour à tous.
So before I start addressing questions to each of the panelists, I just wanted to remind you all that you will have 2 questions that will be asked one after the other, and that in order to ensure that we can address them all, like we would be appreciated if you could, limit your answers to around 3-4 minutes. And at the end of these series of questions, we will have time to collect some questions from the floor and from our online viewers as well. So I would like to start off the conversation with you, Janine. In the context of the 315 organizations that have signed the Charter on Climate and Environment, the SDC, so the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, has decided to support the building of the roadmap for 8 organizations by the Climate Action Accelerator to be delivered at the end of 2023. What gap does the launch of a generic roadmap for 8 organizations fill, and why is such a tool important for all to access in open source?
Thank you very much for the question. So I think we've already heard it a lot today, and you mentioned it also in your introduction. I think as humanitarian and development aid organizations, we are daily really confronted with the impacts of climate change. And I think it's really our duty also to support our partner countries, vulnerable communities in addressing the impacts of climate change. And so as a development agency, we really feel it is our responsibility to take a leading role in tackling climate change, both by mitigating emissions, but also by working on resilience. As we often say, actually, the best way to adapt to climate change is actually to mitigate, to reduce the emissions. And that's why we also think we should really start doing our homework first and really see also to what extent in our daily operation we can really contribute to reduce emissions, and how can we make sure that we don't put an additional burden on the climate and the environment by the action that we are financing on the ground. So what role can we play, I think, as a donor? Over the last few years, we have been approached a lot by our partner organizations to support them in setting off their carbon footprint. And we have been very hesitant to do so, because we don't think that's actually the best way forward, because by just offsetting the carbon emissions, we don't really progress on reducing the emissions overall. So rather, we thought it's important to really start doing our homework, to start reducing emissions in our operations. And that's why we don't really have a policy right now in compensating the emissions of our partner organizations. Having said that, I think as a donor organization, we have actually, we can have quite some influence on our partners in the way they operate, in the way also they work on their carbon footprint. And however, we feel by establishing criteria, for example, for selection criteria for assistance partner with our funds, it's probably not the best way to do it on a level where you would actually punish those who are not really following the way, but we think we should rather work on the incentive side. And in that context, I think we really see the roadmap that is being developed as an interesting tool that we can offer to our partners in the future, so that they can get a better understanding on their footprint, and that they can establish actually themselves the pathway that they want to take, and can really analyze where are the opportunities within their own organization and operations to reduce the emissions. And so we really think that's really the way forward if you want to move ahead by reducing the emissions and not only offsetting them. So we really trust that with this support, we can offer a practical guidance to our aid partners, and that also by doing that, actually, we are not diverting development funds for reducing emissions, but really we keep them where they have to be to finance aid, actually.
Thank you so much. Very interesting. And I must say we are quite relieved that the SDC has decided not to support offsetting, as that is something that's very dear to the Climate Action Accelerator, that we need to be doing absolute reduction efforts, as it only pushes the problem forward. And it's very heartening to hear also that the idea is really to incentivize partners by making them more and more autonomous. And so that's it, precisely what this generic tool, generic roadmap as a tool is destined to do. So thank you so much for those comments. Perhaps I have another follow-up question. How does the SDC view its own responsibility in adapting operational, programmatic, and financial frames to facilitate the transformation of aid organizations?
Yeah, maybe to answer this question, there are two levels I could address. One is really the level of SDC and the level of what we can do at the organizational level to reduce our own footprint. And then the second is more to see how can we integrate it in our programs and strategies we are working. So regarding the first one, how do we reduce our own footprint? As you all know, we are part of the federal administration. We are part of the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs. And I think it was in 2020 that the Federal Council actually issued a strategy on reducing the emissions of the Swiss administration. And the aim was to reduce it by 50% by 2030. And it has a two-pronged approach also. On the one hand, by really reducing effective emissions, by improving the carbon footprint. And there also analysis have been done on where do the biggest emissions come from, and then addressing these different sources of emissions. And the second approach is then still, I must say, to offset the remaining emissions that are there, because I think we're all conscious when it comes to travel, it is very difficult actually to compensate them or to reduce them in an effective way. Nevertheless, I think I would like to mention what within FDFA we have found out is that actually 90% of our emissions are from travel, which is a huge part. And the concrete measures we can take is that on the one hand, we have committed to travel more by train. So within Europe, actually train is compulsory to take. And then we have also issued instruction that we have to travel by economy class, which in the past was not the case for long distance flights. So now economy has become the rule. And also we were encouraged to do more video conferencing. So really we have now to very much justify every travel that we do and to explain why can it not be in an online way. So by that, we really expect to reduce substantially our emissions. But as I said at the beginning, there will still be some travel being done. We are the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it's part of our work also to travel, as it is of all the humanitarian and development sector. Another important part, what we've found out actually, is the printing of documents, that this is also an important source of emissions. And I think there also, it's an easy way, actually, it's a low-hanging fruit to really make improvements. And then we also have a large external network with Swiss embassies, with representations abroad. And they're also already since several years in all the new buildings that are being built by the Swiss Confederation. There are compulsory energy efficient measures being implemented. We strive towards achieving the high level standards with regards to energy efficiency in these buildings. And also a lot of representations have started to introduce what is called green embassies. So they've also taken measures for reducing waste, for reducing electricity, for reducing their water footprint. And last but not least in this field, there are also new procurement guidelines that have been issued where sustainability criteria have been added for the whole confederation. So every time we procure services or also goods, sustainability criteria have to be followed. Maybe when I can add something on the programmatic level, where we do work there actually at SDC, we have had started actually on working, integrating climate change into all our projects and programs already quite some time ago. I think it's more than 10 years now that we have developed a tool to mainstream climate into all our activities. It's called CEDRIC. And this is now a tool that our colleagues who are developing new projects, but also strategies, really use in order to analyze at an early stage of development of the project, what are the climate risks that they face within the project, how can they be addressed on the one hand side, but then also to see to what extent can they also promote a low carbon development within their project. So not increasing or making sure that there is a low carbon footprint. It was mentioned before, Switzerland was also one of the first signatories of the Climate and Environment Charter in October 2021. And we really hope that this charter gives a push to the wider community to think greener in the humanitarian aid community. And then we've also have and support established with ICRC on the Climate and Environment Transition Fund, where they really work on the one side on increasing the energy efficiency measures in all their premises, but then also on a second level to really also integrate climate change in all their operations, as we have heard also this morning. So I think we are really much engaged on the operational level, but also at the level of the organization itself. And we think that's the way to go forward. And today, I've seen there are a lot of representatives of the humanitarian community, which we very much welcome, because I think especially for the humanitarian community, it's very difficult also to reduce its carbon footprint. But as a development agency, also looking at development aid for a large part for us, it's also the aim that we also bring it into the development cooperation organizations. So we really much hope also that this initiative, this roadmap, will not only be disseminated among the humanitarian community, but also the development one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is very heartening, Janine, to hear that there's action happening both at the development agency level and at the programmatic level. And hearing the percentage of your carbon footprint being linked to transport reminds me of a conversation we had with our members yesterday. We had a sort of technical meeting on how to reduce the carbon footprint linked to transport. And that is indeed a very big challenge in and of itself. We spoke a lot this morning about supplies, but travel is also a very big challenge for the sector. So let's now move online to Josh from Healthcare Without Harm. So Healthcare Without Harm released in April 2021 a generic roadmap for the decarbonization of the health sector. The question we'd like to ask is, what inspired Healthcare Without Harm to build the generic roadmap at the health sector level? And why is it an important strategic tool to accelerate action?
Well, thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me here today to share our experience with you. We hope it will be useful as you move forward with your efforts. So Healthcare Without Harm is an international NGO that has worked for 25 years to help it reduce its environmental footprint. And in the last decade or so, we've increasingly been focusing on the climate crisis. And as we've done so, we've seen different institutions recognize that they have a significant climate footprint. We have also found that, and seen studies at a national level that have found that different countries' health sector has a significant climate footprint. But what we didn't know was the full extent of the problem. And so what we started out doing a few years ago was to, first of all, take a look at what the topography was in order to build a roadmap. And we found that healthcare contributes to 4.4% or more of net global greenhouse gas emissions, which was a really surprising finding. And out of that study that we did came a recommendation to actually build a roadmap to decarbonize the sector while contributing to greater resilience and health equity. And so last year we released this lovely document, the Global Roadmap for Healthcare Decarbonization. And in order to do so, it was quite a monumental task. We started out thinking it would be, difficult, but something that was manageable. And as we got into it, it became a significant piece of work. And what we did was we basically brought together the health sector and those working on the climate crisis and those who had experience working on roadmaps and analyzing footprint, and brought together databases and information sets from both sectors and mashed them up in many ways. And then out of that built an analysis of how the sector could move toward decarbonization. And so that had a series of different components to it. First of all, we looked at the sector's trajectories, and we found that we looked at a business as usual scenario. which found that healthcare's emissions would triple by 2050 if we continue with business as usual. We looked at a scenario where the world actually implemented its Paris commitments as they were a couple of years ago, and found that that would significantly reduce the sector's footprint on its own, which was a really important finding in terms of road mapping action. And then we identified a series of different actions that the sector could take to chart a course to decarbonization and resilience. And those actions were in three pathways. First of all, it was the sector reducing its own operational footprint. Super important, right? That's where you start. But secondly, when we looked at the topography, we found that 70% of healthcare's emissions came from the global supply chain. So transforming purchasing and procurement has become a really important strategy for the sector to move towards decarbonization. And impacting those producing the goods and services that the sector uses, and working with them and pressuring them to change how they produce their products became a really key component. And then the third component, which I just mentioned, is that a lot of this is external. In other words, if the sector is to decarbonize, the broader society has to decarbonize. And if the broader society decarbonizes, that's going to help protect people's health from climate change. So there's a significant argument that in order for, in a roadmap for the healthcare sector to actually step out and advocate for the broader transformational change that needs to happen at a policy level, and locally, nationally, and globally, to move away from fossil fuels and toward clean renewable energy. Because what we found was 84% of healthcare's climate footprint comes from fossil fuel consumption. So we came up with those three pathways, a series of high impact actions, and a series of recommendations to drive change and accelerate change. What's interesting in terms of what happened was we expected that this roadmap would be something that we would work with governments and healthcare leaders and health sector leaders around the world over many years, over maybe 5 years, to implement, and that we would get 1 or 2 champion governments and we would move forward. And what happened was we released this in April 2021. And by COP26, which was November 2021, there were 58 governments signing on to an initiative to build low carbon resilient health systems. And the roadmap became a framework and a guide for that in many ways. It became a framework and a guide for the UK COP presidency. It's something that in creating, and so it became part of this effort that accelerated change really quickly. And so we were quite pleasantly surprised at how quickly it happened, but it's an important lesson in some ways in that we're living in a moment of nonlinear transformational change. And so what you create today could have an impact, a quick impact tomorrow, and you need to be ready to respond to that change quickly as well.
Thank you so much. That's really heartening to hear that there was such a tremendous buy-in in such a quick, such a short period of time. That's exactly what we need to transform our societies as quickly as possible. So it's great to know that this initiative, this tool, helped galvanize this. Maybe you could give us some key recommendations that you could share with us, so that we could draw on the lessons that you learned from your experience as we build the generic roadmap for the aid sector.
Well, thank you so much. And this has been really interesting to join this panel and to try to think about what some of those lessons are. And because I don't think we've really processed it that well, but I would say I've jotted down 5. The first one has to do with this concept of nonlinear change. So we're seeing exponential nonlinear change in terms of the climate crisis itself. The crisis is accelerating in a way that even the science, I think, has been surprised by the rate of change. And at the same time, we're seeing nonlinear exponential change in the sectors that we work with in trying to address the crisis. And so if you're going to build a roadmap, how do you build it? This isn't really a lesson, it's a question. How do you build it knowing that the topography that you're mapping out is going to change. And how do you build something that's flexible for those changing circumstances? That's one. Two is, I think you need to build a roadmap for multiple audiences. And so you call it a generic roadmap. I think we see it as sort of this global roadmap that can then help be a framework for change in various places. And so it can influence policy. It can influence health development assistance and humanitarian assistance in your case. It can influence operations on the ground. And you want to be able to create a framework that can impact all of those places. And when we designed ours, we wanted to make sure that it spoke to the health sector, but also that it spoke to the climate sector and those involved in working on the climate crisis and in addressing it from the UNFCCC on down. And that's important in that that's a really important space for the health voice to engage in. And by addressing health, the UNFCCC and the international negotiators and those working on the climate crisis help legitimate the health action to take on the climate crisis. So that's the second thing is multiple audiences. The third piece is designing it in a way, and I think you guys sounds like you're well on the way to this by the looks of this panel, to engage finance in order to actually finance the transformation that needs to happen. And the way we've seen it is that finance, there's at least 3 areas that need to be engaged. I think, the health development assistance from our perspective, or humanitarian assistance, perhaps from your perspective, is really important to transform, not just to reduce its own footprint, but it has such an influence on national government policies and on development projects on the ground. And so by developing a roadmap that speaks to how you can get towards decarbonization and resilience, you're impacting not just your own activities, but you have a tremendous impact, especially in low-income countries, in their development trajectory. So that is super important. So that's one is the health finance or the humanitarian finance. 2 is climate finance. We want to see climate finance take on health issues and humanitarian and development issues in a way that it hasn't up until now. There's been some finance around some resilience work, but there's a significant amount more as climate finance grows and develops that should be addressed from our perspective to these issues. And then the third thing is actually national government investment in their again, from our perspective, their health system. Second one is finance. The third one is finance. Fourth one is, I think it's important to design a roadmap that enables both top-down and bottom-up approaches, that empowers those on the ground to take action, to change transform their own activities so that they move toward a low carbon and resilient approach. And at the same time, there needs to be at the national level and the global level, this sort of broader guiding framework or North Star that the roadmap can be. And so really making sure that you're not just top down and not just bottom up is important. And then the last piece, I think, is really there's an opportunity here to bring together some really big global priorities. And so again, from where we're coming from, it's about bringing together the global health goals and the objective of UHC, for instance, and health equity, with the global vision of climate justice. And so we are all sitting in a space where we can help forge a vision that addresses these huge problems and huge goals together. And in fact, we believe you can't solve one without solving the other. And so I think the more you direct a roadmap to that North Star, or that Southern Cross, if you will, if you're navigating in the global South, the better off and more powerful your roadmap will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. That was very interesting. What great advice for us as we move forward with this generic roadmap, the Climate Action Accelerator. We have taken good note of your lessons learned, and we'll probably be getting back to you to have deeper conversations on this. Let's move on though to Johan as time is ticking. Johan from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative.
Yes.
I don't know if Johan is with us.
Yes, can you hear me?
Here you are. Great. We couldn't see you. So yes, you recently published the 1.5 Business Playbook, a guideline used by some of the most influential and innovative companies to design and implement their strategies. Can you explain what the 1.5 Business Playbook is, its objectives, pillars, and associated tools for us, please?
Yes, certainly I will do that. But let me first say thanks for inviting me. Great to be here. And just a few words on our initiative. We started this, I started this together with Owen Gaffney, Joar Rockström around 2017, where we published something called the Carbon Law, based on science, and basically stating that we need to halve greenhouse gas emissions every decade by 2030, 2040, 2050, and so on. And the most important halving is the first one, up to 2030. We need to have laser focus on that. And we actually developed the first exponential roadmap up to 2018. And the reason for that was we really wanted to explore together with science, is it possible to halve emissions by 2030? Do we have the solutions? And the conclusion from that work was, yes, we do have the solutions in all sectors, you know, energy, industry, transport, buildings, land, and food. But they need to be scaled exponentially if we should be able to achieve this target. And it needs to be happening parallel, of course. It can't happen sequentially. And it won't happen automatically. It needs to be accelerated by really bold climate leadership, by finance, policy, and by technology. So that was a sort of background. And then we realized that the business sector is, of course, absolutely essential if we should be able to achieve this, actually providing the solutions which can help to take us to the first halving. So then we decided that we need to develop some kind of playbook which is based on science and which can actually guide companies to how to align with the 1.5 ambition. And it's actually exists in a physical format as well, of course, but you can download it, but actually read it. And the idea was to develop a guideline which is based on science and how you implement the carbon law, as I talked about, because that could scale, as we talked about before, to companies, cities, individuals, and governments, and so on, to make it sharp, and also to make it simple, because simplicity is incredibly important, and try to avoid complicating things. And the playbook is very much about action. It states how you can set the targets, how you set the plan, and specifically what are the key actions, how you report and communicate. So it covers all these parts, and also integrates the most important standards from UN Race to Zero, SBTi, so on. There are a lot of standards, and the idea is to integrate it so every company doesn't have to review all the standards. And it introduced something called a 4-pillar model. So to be aligned, as we see it, with the 1.5 ambition, you should have a strategy spanning over these 4 pillars. The first pillar is really about cutting your own emissions, scope 1 and 2 emissions, which is incredibly important, but because it's your backyard, you have to take care of that, of course. you're building vehicle emissions and so on, business traveling. For most companies, that could be a small part, as we talked about before. The second pillar is about your value chain. And you actually need to think about your complete value chain, your upstream supplier emissions, and your downstream emissions, the usage of your services and products. But when it comes to the third pillar, that is the most strategic one, basically. That's about integrating climate and nature in your vision and mission statement. As an organization, whether you're providing products or services, and ensure that you align your portfolio of services and product with the 1.5 ambitions. So that's really truly about strategy. And the fourth pillar is basically how you can integrate, how you can contribute to the global net zero. If you go in the front line, as we heard before, you have this opportunity to inspire and accelerate global change. And you can do that by showing that it is achievable to go fast. It provides a competitive advantage. But you can also do it by investing in projects outside your own company, outside your own value chain, in protection of nature. But do not call it offsets. Do it as a complement to cutting your own emissions. So we really want to move away from the idea of offsets, do it as a complement to protect, restore nature, and help to build the carbon sinks. And I think the powerful things, why it's good, the playbook, well, we have had like 30, 50 experts developing it over 2-3 years. And it's backed by companies representing something like $900 billion. It also provides example how they implement this 4-pillar strategy. And it's an open resource for everyone to use.
How fabulously interesting. Thank you so much. This is, we've heard a lot from business today throughout the different panels. This is the first time we're hearing about integrating the planet and nature in business's mission statement. So that's really interesting and heartening. And of course, the element about transforming the companies that embark on the 1.5 playbook, how they can contribute to global net zero. As you may know, the Climate Action Accelerator, one of its key pillars is to also transform its partners into actors of change. And so there's the real parallel here to be made. And it looks like a very, very interesting initiative. In the area of services, to which extent are decarbonization strategies specific to a given area of activity versus generic to all types of organizations? Would be the next question.
That is a good question. I would say that certain things could be very generic, like this 4-pillar framework. We tested it with finance and all type of companies. It basically works, that particular approach. But the balance, of course, in your emission sources will look quite different if you are a manufacturing company, if you're a consultancy company, if you're an aid company. But it's still, in my opinion, the same type of sources, but the balance will look quite different as far as I see it. So you have to put your focus on different hotspots and so on if we look at the decarbonization. And how you actually integrate climate and nature in your vision and mission will also look different, whether you're an aid organization or you're a financial institution or you're an IKEA or Google, as far as I see it. I do think that there is a tremendous opportunity to collaborate. So we are always very, very positive to share everything we're doing, but also to use what others are doing. So something we are planning to do is to develop particular guidelines, a link to the playbook, which are more detailed and which could be specific examples of best practices, as you talked about before. And there is an opportunity between our different initiatives to sort of collaborate around these guidelines. So we can actually reuse best possible practice also, I think, between the sectors. I'll stop there. So I would say, yeah, there are differences, but I also think in terms of frameworks, there is a tremendous opportunity to collaborate and reuse between different initiatives. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The topic of collaboration is one that has come up again and again today during the various panels. So it's definitely goes in line with what has been said by several previous speakers, and seems to be a key element that we're going to walk away with today. Let's move to Carole Bresson, who's also online from Paris. Je vais parler en français maintenant. Alors, Carole, est-ce que vous nous entendez? Vous nous voyez? Voilà. Bienvenue.
Oui, très bien. Bonjour, vous m'entendez également?
Tout à fait, oui. Donc, le CDCS a décidé de soutenir un certain nombre d'initiatives transformationnelles pour le secteur de l'aide, notamment dans les domaines du climat et l'environnement. La première question est par rapport à cela. Dans quelle mesure les impacts humains croissants du changement climatique, les limites existantes de l'action humanitaire et l'impératif de l'accord de Paris doivent-ils nous pousser à adopter les modèles d'assistance humanitaire?
Merci beaucoup pour cette question. Et tout d'abord, je voudrais également vous remercier pour l'invitation à participer à ce panel. J'ai noté avec un grand intérêt les bonnes pratiques de Janine, les recommandations de Josh et l'initiative présentée à l'instant par Johan. En ce qui concerne la réponse aux crises humanitaires, nous constatons aujourd'hui qu'une catastrophe humanitaire sur deux est liée aux risques météorologiques, climatiques et hydriques. Et à titre d'exemple, dans le Pacifique Sud, aux Caraïbes, au Sahel ou plus récemment au Pakistan, nous sommes mobilisés pour faire parvenir une aide d'urgence aux populations les plus vulnérables qui sont frappées par des cyclones, des inondations ou encore des sécheresses. Et ces conditions climatiques extrêmes peuvent être à l'origine de destruction, de récoltes, de déplacements de population et de conflits qui viennent aggraver encore les crises humanitaires. Face à ce constat, lors de la conférence nationale humanitaire en décembre 2020, le président de la République s'était engagé auprès des partenaires et acteurs humanitaires à intégrer une forte dimension environnementale à l'action humanitaire française afin de rehausser l'ambition humanitaire pour faire face aux urgences climatiques et environnementales. Donc, pour mettre en œuvre cet engagement, la France a entrepris le lancement d'un groupe de travail paritaire avec des représentants des services de l'État français et également des ONG. Et la mise en place de ce groupe a eu deux résultats concrets. Le premier, c'est vraiment la décision de préparer la prochaine stratégie humanitaire de la République française avec un fort focus climatique et environnemental pour mieux prendre en compte ces enjeux. La deuxième, ça a été de porter cette priorité forte auprès de nos partenaires européens, avec la Commission et avec les autres grands bailleurs. Nous souhaitions, en discussion avec les ONG françaises, compléter la démarche de la charte des organisations de la FICR et du CICR afin d'impliquer les bailleurs. C'est ce qui a déjà été dit à plusieurs reprises aujourd'hui, puisque pour soutenir les acteurs de l'aide, il est important que les bailleurs se mobilisent. Et comme nous avions la présidence du Conseil de l'Union européenne en début, dans les 6 premiers mois de l'année, nous avons pu porter ce travail au niveau européen et avec la Commission et la DG ECO, dont je salue la participation à cette table ronde également aujourd'hui. Nous avons lancé la déclaration des bailleurs, comme vous le mentionnez par ailleurs au début de cette table ronde, lors du Forum humanitaire européen en mars dernier. Cette déclaration, elle réunit aujourd'hui 25 signataires, la majorité étant des États membres de l'Union européenne, mais la Norvège nous a également rejoints récemment. Et par ailleurs, la France est devenue supporter de la charte des organisations. L'idée est vraiment de nous assurer que ces deux initiatives soient en synergie et qu'on arrive à s'assurer que les dynamiques entreprises par les acteurs de l'aide soient vraiment soutenues côté bailleur. C'est une priorité qui doit rester centrale dans notre façon de concevoir la réponse aux crises humanitaires, non seulement en raison des conséquences des dérèglements en cours qui imposent une mobilisation accrue de l'action en soutien des populations, mais aussi en raison de la nécessité de faire évoluer les pratiques du secteur humanitaire pour qu'elles soient plus respectueuses de l'environnement et qu'elles prennent mieux en compte. C'est pour ça qu'il est impératif aujourd'hui pour nous d'agir en amont des crises en intégrant cette réflexion au moment de la conception de la réponse et de la définition de nos priorités et de nos modalités d'action. C'est pour ça que nous souhaitons vraiment que la déclaration des bailleurs que nous avons lancée cette année soit vraiment une communauté de partage et de mise en place de bonnes pratiques au sein des bailleurs pour que nous puissions encourager le changement et la transformation du secteur. En particulier, les engagements 3 et 4 visent vraiment à encourager la réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre et l'empreinte sur la biodiversité générée par les actions humanitaires. Et ça, c'est plutôt l'engagement numéro 4, favoriser la mise en place des conditions nécessaires à l'adoption de pratiques éco-responsables par les organisations. Donc, nous en sommes à une première étape pour accompagner la transformation du secteur, puisque nous avons malheureusement fait le constat qu'en France, cet aspect-là était complètement absent de la stratégie humanitaire. Et nous souhaitons vraiment nous inscrire dans cette dynamique de transformation du secteur, puisque nous sommes à la fois bailleurs, mais également acteurs de l'aide lors d'opérations d'urgence. Je pense notamment aux réponses d'État à État en réponse à des catastrophes naturelles notamment.
Merci beaucoup. C'est effectivement une évolution de voir les bailleurs vraiment adapter et changer leur façon de faire et prendre en compte les changements drastiques et trop rapides qui arrivent. Et c'est un bon début qui va sûrement devoir continuer à évoluer avec le temps, avec le besoin des organisations. Alors, je dois peut-être vous poser une autre question, mais je vais vous demander d'avoir une réponse peut-être un peu plus courte parce que je veux aussi donner la parole à Predrag avant la période de questions. Mais on avait prévu de vous poser la question, selon vous, les besoins à combler en priorité sont lesquels et comment une feuille de route générique pour les organisations peut-elle contribuer ?
Oui, merci pour cette question qui est très intéressante et qui est cruciale dans la réflexion. Je dirais que la priorité, ce serait la prise en compte en fait, des facteurs climatiques et environnementaux dans la programmation de la réponse aux crises humanitaires. Et dans nos échanges réguliers avec les organisations, nous avons souvent constaté une volonté, mais confrontée à des limites de mise en œuvre et d'éléments de solution. Et comme le mentionnait ce matin lors d'une précédente table ronde Henri Leblanc d'Alima, les acteurs ont besoin de pouvoir identifier les secteurs de leur action qui doivent faire l'objet de changements. Donc, je pense que la priorité, c'est celle-ci, c'est de pouvoir accompagner les acteurs à identifier les secteurs de transformation. C'est dans ce sens-là que nous avons soutenu le projet de feuille de route du Climate Action Accelerator avec Alima et que nous saluons bien évidemment aujourd'hui la conception de cette feuille de route générique puisque en tant que bailleur, on entend vraiment régulièrement ce besoin des acteurs d'avoir des outils pour leur permettre de se transformer. Et nous sommes prêts à réfléchir à comment les soutenir. Et donc, cette dynamique-là s'inscrit vraiment dans cette démarche-là, puisque surtout pour l'humanitaire, nous constatons que nous avons un retard à rattraper par rapport aux acteurs du développement. Hein. C'est ce que disait également Véronique de Geoffroy du groupe URD ce matin. L'aide humanitaire, pour l'instant, était assez en retrait sur ces thématiques-là et doit donc rattraper son retard. Et au travers de la mobilisation des organisations du secteur de l'aide et de l'appui technique et opérationnel à ses partenaires, l'accompagnement que vous proposez avec le Climate Action Accelerator nous semble vraiment très positif pour lancer une méthodologie, ou pour proposer en tout cas une méthodologie de travail dans ce sens-là. De notre côté, nous souhaitons vraiment travailler aussi à mettre à disposition de nos partenaires des guidances, ou en tout cas des outils qui pourraient leur recenser toutes les initiatives à leur disposition pour les aider à mieux prendre en compte ces objectifs-là dans la préparation de leur programmation et leur projet. Voilà, je m'arrêterai là.
Merci beaucoup, Carole. Et ben, je vais passer tout de suite la parole à Predrag. I'll go back to English, if that's okay with you. So ECHO released at the European Humanitarian Forum in March 2022 its guidance on operationalizing minimum environmental requirements in humanitarian programs that will be made mandatory in 2023. Further than that, what has ECHO done so far to support its partners, and what more is needed on behalf of donors to strengthen the capacity of aid organizations to reduce the environmental footprint of their actions?
Merci, Alexa. So let me start first by expressing our support for the development of the generic roadmap, which we believe will be an important step for our sector to do better. Now, for our sector to do better, as we have heard from colleagues, we have work to do on the side of donors, on the side of doers or partners. And as ECHO, so ECHO is essentially the humanitarian branch of the European Union. As ECHO, we have tried to be closely involved on both sides of this work. We are working with the ICRC on the humanitarian carbon calculator, which normally is a rather promising tool which will allow organizations to measure and therefore reduce their carbon emissions. Of course, we have supported the climate charter like Switzerland, like other partners here. And in that context, there is an ongoing mapping to try and map existing expertise for adapting responses. And then very importantly, as Carole has so well mentioned, we believed strongly that it was important to match these partners' commitments by donor commitments. And together with France at the first European Humanitarian Forum, we led the signature of this donor declaration. And then last but not least, as you mentioned, Alexa, we have now introduced minimum environmental requirements for ECHO partner organizations. And this is not just about the carbon footprint, but also to avoid aggravating other issues like water scarcity, biodiversity loss, soil erosion, etc. And these are becoming mandatory from 2023 in 2 months' time. Now, it is worth recalling this is, of course, not a standalone commitment or standalone requirement specific to our sector, as the EU has, as you well know, wider climate ambition and carbon reduction targets. And the EU's climate law obliges the EU, including ECHO partner organizations which are headquartered in the EU, even if they work globally, to become carbon neutral by 2050. And for all EU policy areas, the Commission has tried to deliver a specific series of commitments for the sector. And in a way, this is ECHO's contribution to the European Green Deal. Now, there is undoubtedly a need to support our partners to implement what we ask of them and to listen to them. So we have elaborated these requirements in constant dialogue with partners, specific and in partners conferences. We have elaborated very elaborate guidance on applying these. And last but not least, we have started making available technical expertise to support the capacity building of partners through our policy support budget, the one called Enhanced Response Capacity, for those of you who are familiar. And examples of projects that through which we are making such expertise available. We have a project through the Global Logistics Cluster, which is providing expertise for guidance and training on green and reverse logistics. So there are a team of experts on procurement innovation, greenhouse gas emissions, circular economy, recycling and waste management. Then there is a NRC-led project, NEAT Plus, through which expertise is made available for environmental screening of projects. Then there are actually 3 additional projects on innovation and capacity building on greening, one of which indirectly supports also the Climate Action Accelerator. And of course, from next year, this is when we will know what further needs to be adjusted, and a possible future step, but we are starting with this first, but a possible future step, since we're thinking also ahead, we could, of course, ultimately have a requirement that all of our partners have in place a carbon reduction roadmap based on solid calculation of their emissions.
Thank you so much. Okay, and last question. How has ECHO adapted its internal process to facilitate the implementation of the minimum environmental requirements and encourage change in the sectors?
Thank you, Alexa. Yes, this indeed is an important responsibility which we want to take very seriously, and we are very keen to remove any barrier that could disincentivize our partners from making this change. So there is ongoing work to understand to what extent donors' procurement rules may disincentivize change. And as we were developing our approach to reducing the environmental footprint, we have tried in dialogue with partners looking at our internal processes to identify such barriers. So we have, for example, adapted the way we look at projects, project proposals rather, from the financial point of view, to try to not look at cost saving alone, but really looking at the return on investment over time and how a project delivers on other benefits priorities, including this one. So as you mentioned, indeed, it is next year that this requirement becomes mandatory, and the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. So this is the first time that we will test the impact of these requirements in real life. And we are very eager to see whether these foundations we have tried to lay for operational, programmatic or financial rules, whether they do create the conducive environment for change that we want them to. And importantly, if we are wrong, we change our mind. So if any of the partner organizations notice now, or more likely after we have assessed your proposals under the 2023 HIPS, if there is anything in there that is prohibiting organizations from implementing these rules properly, we welcome your feedback. So this is work in progress. We like to think we are trying at least to lead the way with this, and we want to adapt it as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's great to see that some minimum requirements are being adopted by donors. And we've actually heard from organizations that we were speaking to in Bern recently that they're actually very interested in having more of these requirements. I think it would be a great incentive to change their practices practically and operationally. So we have a few minutes left for questions, both on maybe one question from online and one question from the room. Sonia, would you like to?
Which is regarding the generic roadmap that the Climate Action Accelerator will develop. And the question is, who will be the target audience of this generic roadmap? So will it be the leadership, management, procurement, climate experts within humanitarian organizations? And this should be clear to prepare also in case certain level of expertise is needed. So I'm not sure who wants to answer.
Thank you. I guess that question is addressed to me. So the roadmap is addressing organizations as a whole and also the sector. So it's not going to be specifically addressing the logistics part, but all will be integrated. The idea is really to show the way towards actual decarbonization of an organization by referring to the experience that the Climate Action Accelerator has gathered over the last 2 years and will continue to gather over the next few months, and drawing lessons from that, providing case studies, and providing specific targets that organizations can then, and solutions, obviously, several solutions. We've already started working on solutions inventory, but the idea is that this document integrate all of these elements that will enable organizations to be as autonomous as possible in moving forward in their own transformation. Is there perhaps one last question from the room? Yes, perhaps over there.
Thanks. Actually, it's great to hear the commitments that France as a donor and ECHO as a donor have taken to make sure that NGOs have commitments. I was wondering about discussions with other donors. I'm thinking about Bill Gates, I'm thinking about the US government, who are major players in terms of donors for NGOs, and what are the discussions happening at a really high level between major donors?
I would like to give you a more structured response that we have a high-level caucus at which these things are discussed between our big boss and Bill Gates. We don't have that at the moment, but we are striving towards that. So we believe that by setting standards, if I may paraphrase industry standards in a way, that as operators and more donors sign up to those, and we think the donor declaration was an important step to that, and we think the climate charter is an important step for the doers, for the partners, and we think by incentivizing the partners further by higher requirements and guidance on implementing those and technical assistance, we will move towards that. So we definitely discuss this when talking to other donors. There is, I mentioned, I think this consultation on procurement practices, how they incentivize or disincentivize. There is this mapping ongoing on expertise which can be provided. So we are getting there, but rather than start it all top down, we are advancing in parallel on all of that, commitments of donors, requirements from partners, and talking to each other to ultimately harmonize. And I do hope that we will have this alignement vers le haut.
Thank you. Oh, there's a hand raised. Yes, please, Carole.
Thank you. Just also to add something, we are, of course, also having discussions with our partners and with other big donors. And the donors declaration aims to be open to anyone. And of course, big donors are more than welcome. That's why together with DG ECHO, we are currently having discussion with, for example, the US government to try to have them on board, because we know that they are also really working on these topics, including even more than, for example, as we do in France. So we are regularly having contact to have discussions on good practices and to see who's doing what. And we are really working to try to have everyone on board. So we will see if it works. And of course, it will be great to have all the foundations and because we are working with them also in some humanitarian specific topics, so it could be also something to try to have them on board. But yes, we will trying to have the big donors also. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all for your very interesting interventions. I'm glad to hear that there's collaboration going on at so many different levels, and we heard that there's a lot more required. There's another question online. Oh, sorry, Josh, did you want to speak?
Yeah,
please
really
go ahead.
Quickly. Sure. I would just flip the question around a little bit, or maybe the answer in that the question was, how can the donors influence the NGOs? And I think the NGOs in the room have an opportunity to actually influence the donors on this issue. And in many cases, civil society is way ahead of government on these questions. And so as the humanitarian sector builds this roadmap, it can have a significant impact on both the Gateses of the world, as well as USAID and other bilateral and multilateral donors as well, whose resources can make a significant difference in these issues.
Thank you so much. Those were great, yeah, very pertinent remarks. It's now time to put an end to this panel, unfortunately, because we would have liked to keep on discussing. But thank you all also for reassuring us on the need and utility of this generic roadmap for the aid sector. As we heard this morning from partners from the World Food Program, from businesses, we're all learning as we move forward, as we're trying to transition. And the Climate Action Accelerator is very excited at extracting and capitalizing and learning on the work that it's doing, accompanying its partner organizations. And we hope that this generic roadmap will, make a significant contribution to helping the aid sector make the shift that is needed. So thank you once again. And I will now pass on the floor to Bruno for the concluding comments.
So we've come to the end of this long day of panels. I think it's been. I'm not going to take very long. Just a few messages, and also thanks to all the participants who've come in this room, but also online. I think we had more than 150 or 200 participants online, and I think I'm not going to, of course, summarize. There's going to be actually an outcome document coming in a few weeks from now. So we'll be happy to share what are the big conclusions. There are a few words that have really come out, radical collaboration, changes of paradigm, how to focus on the how, the importance of cross-fertilization between sectors, non-linear evolution. I mean, we're completely in this frame. A lot of things are going to change a lot in the coming years, and also lots of good advice on, notably regarding the generic roadmap exercise we're about to launch, on how to make it the most useful possible to as a factor of change at sector level. So I'd like to thank all the panelists who came today and who agreed to share their experience with us. All the participants, the Climate Action Accelerator team, who was fully mobilized to make this happen. Special thanks to Zaninka, who's been really coordinating the organization. But also Estelle, Melody, many others. Without them, this would not have been possible. Thanks also to ICRC again for welcoming us here. It's I think we had incredible conditions for this event, and of course the Swiss Confederation and the French Development Agency for supporting the event. So there'll be other occasions to continue exchanging, sharing, capitalizing. And so this is just, we will say, so farewell until the next moment. Okay, thanks a lot. Bye. Don't forget, this is an open initiative, and those who are interested in joining to make it stronger are absolutely welcome to contact us, because it's by joining forces that we make things change. Thank you.